It's also on the wait.
All right. Live from the Orleans Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, it's the Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024, sponsored by Speed Cube Shop and West Coast Cubing on CubersLive. Well, welcome everybody. I'm Matt Rosman, joined here by Matt Marinick, live from Detroit, Michigan, here to bring you an exciting afternoon of speed cubing and solving. Matt, how are you doing?
I'm pretty decent. I'm really excited to watch a lot of Max Park solves. We're going here into 4x4 right away, and he's got everyone beat by a mile. He broke, he got world record two the other day. So you're looking to see some very fast solves from him. He's the world record holder right now, current North American champion. And yeah, you just want to see some great solves from him going into this first group.
Park with that 4x4 solve last week, a 16.40 at Temecula Valley Fall 2024, the third fastest single ever. Uh, yeah, this is just going to be a big Max Park showcase, although we've got a long list of events, including, from what I hear, some FTO today.
Yeah, I got FTO. It's one of those up and coming events. A lot of people say it's part of the plot. I'm not entirely convinced. Our producer Manu is all over it. But yeah, some of the best in the world are coming in to do some, FTO. They had at the last Keepers Live comp, there was the FTO melee in which you saw a lot of top solves going on. So we're hoping to recreate some of that action here tonight.
Well, hey, before we get into it, I want to talk a little bit about the Vegas Cubing Cup format. This is a unique event, something new. This is the first year that they're doing it. It's structured like a season-long race, kind of like how in golf they have the FedEx Cup. It's something where by competing, whether you're a first-time competitor competing in a Vegas Cubing competition, if you're participating in a special event, if you're breaking a PR, or if you place in the top 12 of any event in the final, you get a certain number of points. Now, those points are added up over the course of the year. And today, those results are going to be announced. We're going to have the top five winners receiving cash prizes. Fifth place gets $250. Fourth place gets $350. Third place gets $500. Second place gets $700. And first place is rewarded with a $1,000 cash prize. We've got Emil Lazarev here on 4x4.
Yeah, I think this is a good time, especially as I had a Max Park solve to kind of just go into some basics of 4x4. So how a lot of the times 4x4, like with the beginner method, some may say is called Redux. And basically you try to create all the centers of the cube like it's, basically a 3x3. And, you know, then from there you can create all the edges and basically just turns it into a 3x3. And then from there you can just solve it like a 3x3. There's some abnormalities that can happen. These are called parodies. And they can definitely slow down a solve by forcing competitors to do a couple algorithms, and some of the top solvers can do parity avoidance out like methods to avoid those abnormalities. But for the most part, you're just going to try to solve it into a 3x3 and then solve it like a 3x3. And some of the top methods like Yao and that sort of thing are going to, sometimes make it a little bit faster, more efficient to do that, where you're kind of solving the cube like a 3x3, like into a 3x3 and like a 3x3 at the same time. So, 44-second solve, very, very good time. I'm about a minute solver, so I'm not the most experienced in that at all. Um, but yeah, so these are the first couple of solves of 4x4. These are gonna be the first group. So these are usually newer competitors and that sort of thing. We'll see Max Park later in the day.
Yeah, and I want to talk about a little bit about Lazarev's solve there because I believe that was a new PR for Lazarev at 44.588 seconds. 0.458.
Yeah, it's always special getting those PRs. That's one of the greatest parts about cubing is usually you can always, basically just go against yourself for the most part. So that's one of the most beautiful parts about the sport is a lot of times you can just beat your own personal goals, um, and keep moving forward in your own events.
Absolutely, absolutely. I want to talk a little bit more about the 4x4 event today. Uh, it's expected that Max is going to win by a considerable margin because he really does dominate this event. Here we have Dominic Shoji on the solve, but we also have a few other competitors. We have We have Dan, who's likely going to get second, and then Shane Jeremy and Michael Larson, somewhat in a tight race for third place in this event.
Yeah, honestly, whenever there's a max park competition, you always want to be looking at those second and third place races. So obviously, Dan Tran is up by 3 seconds basically on anybody in the place situation, but you do have like everybody kind of within about 1 second of each other between Shane Jeremy and Michael Larson. So, um, yeah. So right here on this solve, we just saw OLL parity, and it causes a bad situation. That's why I did a cross wrists there. It's usually a signifier of a bad time. But OLL parity is one of those things where usually you get to the last layer case and the edges are flipped basically when you see it. So it's one of those things where when you're solving it into a 3 by 3, it's going to cause a abnormality that can happen about 50% of the time called OLL parity. So it's a long algorithm that usually adds about a second to a second and a half to a solve, depending on how fast you are. And it can seriously take down top averages and top solvers for the most part. That looked like a sketchy timer stop. I'm not gonna lie. So one of the things you gotta be looking at. This is actually kind of controversial in most recent cubing history. I think what he did was just a chop stop there, which is a bit sketchy and it's something that you should be looking out for there. And that should be a plus 2 second penalty. And I think with maybe do WRC regulations, we should probably be able to get that as a penalty in here, to be honest, because we do have the actually no, we can't because we can't use frame by frame analysis for timer stops. We can do it for timer
Yeah.
starts now. We know a lot about that. Brosman does at least
Oh
hosting
yeah.
the Plus Three podcast on Speedcubing TV and everything. But here we are into some more 4 by 4 solves.
Lazariev looking pretty good here.
Yeah, it looked like he kind of got confused there on the bomb cross. Looks like he got misoriented, but he was able to recover decently quickly. And no OLL parity, so he avoided the crazy cases. He had a PLL parity though, which is also kind of similar thing for PLL, but that algorithm was only like a half a
40,
second.
yeah, like 49,654 for Emil Lazariev on his second solve. Not exactly the result that he was hoping for. He's hoping to continue that, maybe around a 45 average, but
Yeah, honestly, and on that solve itself, you could see on kind of his when he got it into a 3 by 3, his cross was a little bit misaligned, and he realized that. So it took him a couple seconds to recover, but at the end of the solve, he ended up hitting a PLL parity. So there's OLL parity, which is a really long algorithm that you can hit, and that happens 50% of the time. And the other 50%, another 50% of the time, there's also PLL parity. So you have a 25% chance of no parity, and then you have 50% chance of one parity but not the other, and then you have 25% of double parity. So a lot of chaos that can happen in a 4 by 4 solve, and you can kind of luck out a lot. But he got the 25% case of only PLL parity, um, which is a really fast algorithm. It's only like it's similar to like an H perm if you guys know that at all, but a couple of M slices and a couple of U moves. So he was able to recover quickly through the PLL parity and still get us a 50-second solve.
absolutely. Is that a? I'm trying to look at what this
29.1
is.
seconds.
That
I
a?
mean, you're
Is that
you're
a?
in,
Is that a four? Is that a 4 by 4 29.1?
yeah,
Oh yeah.
Michael Muthing here. He's the one who's I think number 6 on the psych sheet. So he's 60 going
Yes.
into here. He is definitely solving underneath his average by a long shot. That's actually his
Absolutely. That's a
PB
P.
single
Yeah. I was
too.
gonna say.
So, he might have just come out of nowhere, not gonna lie,
uh,
because right now on the psych sheet, his fastest single is a 30.42 and his fastest average is a 32.93. So he's dropped a whole second off of his PR 4 by 4 time. So he could honestly be lurking on potentially a third place, possibly second. If Dan Tran, because you're not usually averaging 27.73, you obviously we talked
Oh
about the
yeah.
parity situation a lot. That can actually decrease your chances of actually getting a good 4 by 4 average. So that's something to be looking out for right now. Michael Muthi might be on a
Muthing
hot streak.
with an excellent solve there. I tell you, when I saw it come up on our broadcast here, I was stunned. I was like, did that just happen? We might have a bit more of a competitive 4 by 4 event than we were anticipating. I mean, we kind of knew that the race between second and third was going to be really strong, but we might be in for a real treat here today.
Yeah. Once again, we're kind of waiting for Max Park to go. He's probably going to be in the next group or group after that. This is 4x4 round one right
Yeah.
now. So we're kind of a lot of just solvers are spread out, kind of sprinkled about in these groups. That's how cubing competitions typically work. In the later heats is when you get the super fast fireworks. That's where we're gonna look for Max Park. The crazy part about it is that Max Park is just like like 10 seconds faster than everyone in an event that's like basically a third of the solve. So it just goes to show how elite he is comparatively. Um, and just honestly how skillful he is. It's pretty crazy what he can do.
Yeah, you talk about Park and all these solves. I think that, as we see Cameron Brown here on the 4x4, uh, look, Max Park dominates this event. He's going to be dominating a lot of events today. I think a lot of people are especially going to see in the 3x3 realm. Look, with him, especially with what he's been learning recently with algorithms, you really got to watch out for, he could go further with his world record. For the uninformed, this is the same Max Spark who currently rules the 3x3 single world record at, I believe, 3.1.
Three, yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, 3.13 seconds. He got that about a year and a half ago as Cameron Brown finishes up his solve, 53 seconds. That is Max Park's sponsor, by the way. SpeedCubeShop, owner of SpeedCubeShop here, also organizer of this competition as a whole. Um, Yeah, something that's kind of interesting too is you can see the delegates, they're all wearing suits. I love this new professionalism wave into cubing here as we're going to go on to some of the next solvers, but it is something to consider. There's a huge debate right now in cubing when it comes to professionalism. I know Rasmus, you talked about that a lot. What's your kind of thoughts on like, some of these cubing competitions happening? Like this one's in a casino, for example, kind of a little more bona fide than some of the other ones that are maybe in like, basements or people's houses and stuff like that.
Well, as we I don't want to hold off on that, but we do have Dominic Shoji coming up for his second solve here. But yeah, I think with a lot of the professionalism stuff, I really like seeing this. I especially like seeing what Speedcubing Shop has done with sponsoring this event, with introducing cash into this event, because I think that that increases the competition factor. People really want to look for, when they go into something, they want to try and get rewarded for it. I think that's going to make these guys fight a lot harder, and really through the whole season, they're fighting a lot harder for placements and points, so that way they can get, that 1 through 5 spot to get a cash prize.
Yeah, it's honestly one of those cool factors too, because how the format is set up for the cash prize, it values a lot. Like obviously, it values winning, and you get points for winning and placing, but also values participation and beating your own personal bests. So it utilizes some of the cool parts of the sport, being able to just beat your own personal times and everything in order to get that is
Shoji
another.
with a 44049. Sorry to interrupt you
No,
there.
you're good. Yeah, so definitely a 44-second solve. So it's not going to be anywhere near the top three, um, but it is something to definitely be looking at. As we got Dylan Govich here, delegate from Southern California. I was met him out at Western Championships earlier this year, and yeah, definitely one of the delegates here in the suit, looking all bona fide as he gets a 40.96. Yeah, Dylan Govich, he's usually a 44-second solver, so that's actually a faster time for him. He does have a 38.
We have Muthing back up here, going in for his second solve for the first round.
We possibly could be missing some other solves. I think I see on his scorecard that he does. It looks like this is his fourth
This
solve.
is fourth solve.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think there is a couple of solves missed on stream, but what we know as of now is that he's got a 29-second solve. So he's right now competing at least one solve way below his average. And if I had to guess, if this is a really good time too, he might have really improved in the off season when it comes to 4x4. Dude, no parity on that last layer is a 31. So we're on a PR watch right now for Michael Muthing because he has a 32. That's a counting 31, and his like personal best average right now is 32. Um, yeah, I unfortunately can't read that card of what his averages are. Um, but yeah, so for what we know is that he's got a counting 31-second solve, and his personal best average up to date is like a 32.9. So he's definitely way ahead of the pace, and going into finals, seeding himself potentially, top two and most likely top three.
It's definitely going to be interesting to see what he's going to do. We've got Shoji on his next solve.
Yeah, as of now, he's got all the centers done for the getting into the 3x3 stage, and he's working on those edges. About 25 seconds. He's probably gonna wanna finish up get into the 3x3 soon if he wants to get a anywhere around a sub 40 or anything like that. Um, and this looks like it's an OLL parity, which is very unfortunate. So this is the long algorithm I was talking about before. So that took about like another second to a second and a half onto his time. And he's got a PLL parity, so that's double parity. So basically, he had probably like 2 to 2.5 seconds added on to that. Makes him pretty upset. 46 seconds solve. And also, that's looking like a +2. He did touch the cube also on that timer at the end. So the delegates are actually going to come look at this.
Yeah.
I possibly like look if we're being stickler about the rules, if we're being like Yihang level stickler, that's probably another +2 added on to that also because he touched the cube afterwards. He bumped into it with his left arm, but he's gonna add another 2 seconds. So honestly, when you think about this solve, you had a 2.5 second parity that got added on, which is kind of like abnormality cases if he didn't have that. And then you also have it where you got 2 seconds added on. So it's like a 4.5 second swing for him, which is very unfortunate. Um, here's one probably a newer competitor here, just getting their solves in. Once again, WCA is very open to everybody. They pride themselves in being, everybody one like very much like recreation league where anybody can come in and you know solve and you can take it as seriously you want to. So it's great seeing the youth come into the sport like this kid here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I speak from the experience of someone who is, you know, not particularly the greatest at cubing and solving. But I do think that, introducing, introducing, just these, kind of, how do I put this? Like sort of introducing, like just getting, your feet wet and starting, competing. I feel like it's a really great experience, and I feel like it's a really good thing that there isn't, necessarily a high bar of entry. It.
Yeah, and I think here's Dan Trent. So this is our second seed going in here, and I kind of going off what you said, Rosman. It is great being able to see. That's one of the things that WCA has done well. Is getting those youth involved, and you're able to get a lot of new keepers in. It's a big challenge for a lot of other niche sports to try to get youth involved, and they've done a great job with it. So Dan Tran, this it looks like it's probably his fifth solve here. It's kind of hard to see as he's solving. He's a very much a lap solver right now, but he's got that 24-second PB single and 27-second PR average. So yeah, right now just got into OLL parity at 23 seconds, so that's actually a very good sign, and that was probably about like a 26-second solve. So he's solving under average. So potentially, if that could be his fastest time, could be a middle of the road time, but you know, from what we have to go off of, that could very much be around a PR average or something around that.
Yep. Uh, Tran, by the way, ranked 162nd in the world for 4x4 average. Now we've got Dominic's next solve here.
Yeah, looks like he's been done with centers for a minute, and right now is going through all the edges, and I think he's on 3x3 stage at this point. Yep. And no OLL parity, PLL parity into his finals, into his solve there. 44 seconds. That PLL parity probably added a half a second on, so probably around a 444. Still very good solve, nonetheless, about what he was averaging earlier. He obviously had that unfortunate like 48-second solve with
Yeah.
that +2, but yeah, not too shabby. Probably is definitely going to get him into the next round. If I had to guess, well, actually, it's looking kind of sus for the most part. You know, you're looking at probably like a barrier. Um, the entry, I mean, top 16 solvers is like 44 seconds coming in the psych sheet. Top 12 is 43. So very interesting things coming out of what people typically solve a little bit slower than what their personal bests are. No one's gonna like get the luckiest of all scrambles going in, but you do have like probably a mid 40 at least like barrier to get in. So that's gonna be kind of tight for him. Yeah, so right now we're kind of in the middle of groups right now in 4x4. So we probably got a couple more groups before we see Max Park, unless they're only running two groups at this competition. Once again, we're here in Detroit right now at Speedcubing TV headquarters, and I'm Matthew Merrick alongside Matthew Rosman for the Vegas Cubing Cup Fall, which is happening in Las Vegas. So yeah, Rosman, we're talking about professionalism before in cubing and everything. Uh, yeah, you're saying that like it's kind of sus when it's like in a basement for the most part, and like you like the direction you see in the WC taking when you see them kind of toying with ideas of like giving professionalism standards in.
Well, I'm not. I'm also not going to sit here and say that suits and ties are necessary. I don't think that we have the budget nor the need to outfit every delegate in Tom Ford or Yves Saint Laurent. But what I am saying, what?
All the bougie words coming in.
Listen, we speak money here. We speak money.
Yeah.
Uh, but no, I think that these are steps that need to be taken, and I like seeing them kind of progress. I like seeing cubing grow into something where you know it's becoming professional. It's becoming something that people could really make it big with.
Yeah. Honestly, chat, give us your impressions too. Ask us some questions. We do have some time in between these breaks. If you guys have any burning questions, we certainly have time throughout this day. This is probably going to be about a 5 hour long live stream going through all the events that will soon crown a Vegas Cubing Cup champion and everything with, the whole Grand Prix that basically happened in Vegas throughout the year. So yeah, we're continuing to wait for Max Park and 4x4, which is going to happen in a couple groups from now. But But basically, for the most part, you know, the professionalism in cubing is something that like I've definitely loved seeing too. I think one of the things is like we'll start being treated like a real sport and start being able to attract real sponsors when we start like acting like we are real, and I think that's something for the most part that's kind of cool to see, and even having these live streams, you know, a little bit more professionally done and everything too. It's great to see that, and I think one of the things that's that we could professionalize sports more is like even when we're doing like people in keeping media doing like podcasts and stuff, just having like their beds made in the background and things like that. I think it's a very nice and professional thing to be looking at.
You're attacking me here. Hey, I don't want to divert the conversation, but I do want to talk a little bit about these 4x4 results here. We actually have several PRs. Emil Lazarev, uh, Christian Ponciano, and Richard Ye all getting PR averages. Currently, the top three are Dan Tran with a 28.08 average, Michael Muthing with a 35.13 average, and Dominic Shoji with a 44.88 average. Uh, we were talking about Muthing with that 2910. We see here that he actually had a 42.69 to start, which is a really genuinely impressive jump up in performance. But that 39.38, excuse me, 38.97 at his fifth solve really hurt his average a bit and brought him down into second place at 35.13.
Yeah, and something that's kind of interesting is that you can he also that one other solve we saw was a 31 that he counted on stream too, but what you such a large range of data values for his average. I mean, you have a 42, 29, 35, 31, 38, which means you're counting basically an 8 second, or yeah, basically an 8 second range is a 31 to a 38.97. So basically, 8 seconds. So very, very wide range um of times there. People are asking right now what events have already taken place. We've had some of the earlier rounds of some of the events. So basically all the events that happened previously towards of lunch
Yeah,
today.
so what has already happened? The Megaminx final has already happened. 3x3 first round and 2x2 first round have already happened.
Yeah. So basically right now we can actually check in some of those results in the 3x3 first round. It'd be interesting to see how Max Park did.
And wouldn't you know it, after the first round of 3x3, Max Park is the leader with a 5.59 average. Uh, in second place, Jeremy Bullenbot. In third place, Dan Tran. Uh, but this is still, a Max Park. Like, look, he's dominating by more than a second.
Yeah, and honestly, you see some interesting thing there is Jeremy Bullenbot. He has a 522, but he counted a 546 in that average. So he had also a counting 783. So that's a very interesting average here. if he just gets one of those sevens to be a six, you're lurking on a low six average. So very interesting for him. Some of the cool names here. I mean, Dylan Govich got a PR average. Timothy uh down there, that's Soup Timmy. So Soup Timmy's actually at this competition. He's sponsored by SpeedCubeShop. He'll probably be on stream a couple of times later today. So definitely be on the lookout for him. Um, yeah. So very interesting results, but it's also at the same time everything we kind of expected. Max in first, Jeremy in second. Um, but it's going to be interesting to see if Jeremy can do anything. One of the most interesting things I've ever seen in cubing was Western Championships when Max Shaw almost beat Max Park, and it's something where you don't really think it's going to happen. Obviously, Max Shaw probably has a greater chance of upsetting Max Park than Jeremy. But at the same time, you never really know what can happen in cubing. You really just need two bad solves, and one of those can be completely out of your control, like keep slips out of your hands or something like that. I don't think Max Sparks is going to make a mistake like that. But if you get one bad solve, sometimes it can spiral out of control. But Max Spark probably has a 98% chance to win this competition. I don't know how many competitions he's lost really in recent history, but it's probably not that many. And if anything, it's probably against like Timon basically at a major championship. It's still like NAC basically. And, you know, he's almost got like an undefeated record when it comes to these local competitions and stuff. I know in Texas he kind of got lit up by like Dylan Miller, I think one time like last year. But when it comes to the major championships, right now actually going across the ocean over to, Malaysia. Right now, we got Yiheng and Timon going head to head, and Yiheng just got a 409 world record average today, which separates him from the nearest American, which is Max Park with a 486.
Yeah.
So you just kind of see, like Yihang kind of taking it away for the most part and, really solidifying onto it. And you kind of see basically for the most part, it's the Yihang versus Timon show. You see him in two GSL grand finals back to back. And, Max Park is kind of, focusing more on those bigger cube events, getting more into, 7x7, 6x6, focusing less on 3x3, even though he is the reigning 3x3 world champion. I don't really know if he's gonna hold on for the next world championship. I don't know. Matthew, what do you think?
I mean, I still think, like, I mean, I still think he's going to compete, and I still think he's going to go really far. But the way that some of these guys, as we got Jeremy coming up for, I believe this is 4x4.
Yep. This should still be 4x4. We still got a couple of groups of 4x4.
Yep.
What I'm assuming that's going to happen is there's probably three groups of 4x4, and this is the second one. And Max Park is going to be in the last one here. So Jeremy here is going to he's gonna go down to his lap solving here a bit. Um, there's another method called Yao. I'm to be honest, even as an experienced cuber like me, I'm not even too familiar with how Yao works. I'm pretty sure it's you solve both the yellow center first and the white center first. So basically, you solve the yellow side and the white side. Then you create, you know, a bunch of edges. You create like all your white edges to make a cross. As this is actually like a pretty decent like solve, I feel like for the most part. 32:63. It's kind of hard to tell with the times. I thought he was being nice with it, but I think this is about an average time for him, as his PR average is about 30.15. But yeah, you solve like you kind of do like half of a 3x3. You build half a 3x3. You do half a 3x3 solve, and then you build the other half a 3x3, and you do the other half a 3x3 solve for the most part. Um, so yeah,
Jeremy, by the way, is on YouTube as Cubing Fedora. Uh, he also holds. Oh, we've got Michael Larson here.
yeah. Honestly, so once again, this is the race for that second and third place position. I think Dan Tran probably has that second by a mile, but that third place position where Michael Muthing has it by 35 seconds right now, basically. Um, Once Dan Tran's in, or one because Max Park's gonna win this, so Dan Tran's probably gonna be second with a 28. So 36 here. So I mean, you're chasing Michael with a 35. So that's not what Michael wants to be. Michael Larson wants to be looking at to beat Muthane. Um, but yeah. So right now it's kind of that race for that second place. So Jeremy is kind of in that slot to take down Michael Muthane for that third place spot. Um, and it's gonna be interesting to see if he can keep up that pace and keep it going. Honestly, it's solving way below his average, his PR average at least, which should be decently doable for him. About 5 seconds after that, below or yeah, 5 seconds slower than his PR average pace in order to just kind of get into that third slot going into finals.
Yep. We're gonna. In my opinion, I feel like Jeremy's sort of in a prime position to take over Muthing's spot. as long as he doesn't have, as long as he can keep it clean and keep it, mostly within a similar time range, I think Jeremy's got the third place presumably locked in here.
Yeah. So right now we're going to carry. Um, Carrie's actually, before there was the plus three, there was something called Over Inspected Podcast that Manu did with Michael Chai Tea Latte and Carrie here. So they kind of were the plus three before the plus three um started to some extent. And Carrie's actually kind of a YouTube genius for the most part. He I think has multiple channels. He does animation stuff for the fun of it. He's actually the most subscribed to person that subscribes to me that is publicly subscribed. So or subscribed to SpeedCubing TV now. He used to be Matthew Marinick. Um, but yeah, here's Carrie going on his off. He's actually like I feel like decently fast here for the most part. Um, OLL parity is gonna slow that down a ton. Like, see that was this is like a that was like a 4 second algorithm there. I'm not gonna lie, that really slowed him down. Kind of egregious, and I think that was a PLL parity too. I kind of a weird algorithm for it. Yeah, this is a 40-second solve,
Thanks
46
for
second
the
solve. But
46.
honestly, like looking at that, 6 seconds of that was just parody, though. Yeah, that was kind of wild. Not gonna lie.
You can tell Carrie's not the happiest with that solve. A 46.813, about about 4.5 seconds slower than his average. So
Yeah, here we go. We got another competitor stepping up to the plate. See who this is. This is Michael Larson. So he has that 36 before. You don't really want to count that 36 by any means, especially if you're trying to lurk on that third place spot. Once again, third place is Michael Muthing with like a mid 35. So yeah, 3601 as of now for Michael Larson. Let's see what he can do going into this final solve or second solve. All right, yeah. So he's using that Yao method I talked about, where you kind of solve half the 3x3, and then um you're gonna go into solving the rest. Um, yeah. So you had those first four edges done. Um, right now onto the full 3x3 stage. So he's done with making it into a 3x3. He's got an OLL parity though, so that's gonna cost him a couple seconds. And PLL parity, so he's got a double parity, that the worst 25% chance you could possibly get with a 35.5. So, once again, you that's like a 33-second solve if he doesn't have the worst case scenario. Just tough. He knows that he's shaking his head right now. And that like stuff like that where it's just, not being able to avoid parity, it's gonna cost people some places. And right now, if you're trying to lurk on that third place spot, that could definitely cost. As Jeremy's in the best spot right now to chase Michael Muthane. He's got 32 seconds solve on his first solve. Um, let's see what goes on here. The first two centers have been done, and the cross is done now too. Solving all the centers there. We're on to the last couple of edges. This honestly seems like decently slow, I think, but I could be completely lost as he's got OLL parity, just brutal. Um, no PLL parity though. And yeah,
oh
I honestly think he kind of got lost there in between the transition between those first couple cross edges and into building cross. So when he was kind of like making the first half of 3x3 and solving that, and going into that second half of making the 3x3 cube, that's where he kind of got lost in his tracks a bit. And then on top of that, you get that OLL parity, which is going to cost you a couple of seconds. So, you know, back down to a 36.
yeah, I mean, I also don't think that it's going to be, this isn't like a, kind of a competition ending thing. I mean, it was definitely, in my opinion, I think that this puts Michael Larson in a bit of a better position if he kind of, if he can bank on Jeremy, you know having those parodies and you know kind of costing some valuable seconds. I think Larson could sort of put himself in a better position to overtake Muthing, or at the very least, keep Jeremy away, as a threat.
Yeah, and honestly, that's one of those things that's kind of cool about cubing is that even though you have all these like parity cases, everyone else always has parity to begin with, also. So everyone's dealing with the same. You're dealing with the same scrambles at the end of the day. So most of the time you're gonna be facing similar situations. So everyone's got the same chance for parity. Everyone's got the same chance for all of it. Um, yeah, I think the the main thing though is this is still group 1 going into finals. So all these placement times aren't final times. It's just how you're like the confidence you go into finals with. So, being able to sit next to Max Park versus not sitting next to Max Park. Things like that where you kind of get into it maybe a stationary finals or something where you kind of like, you're in the front versus in the back, you got the confidence versus not. So that's definitely things to be thinking about. Sometimes keepers strategically tank first rounds to move themselves back farther, so they're kind of like away from the cameras, away from the lights. Um, yeah. So right now, like I think Dion Koloshinsky's talked about a couple of times. And I think even Luke Reiser talked about this. It's better for like even 3x3 head-to-head finals where they come out, a little bit. They come out one at a time to basically get it so they come out earlier, so they get the solves out of the way. And a lot of times when you're waiting in the green room or something and 3x3 head-to-head finals, it's better to just tank your average a bit, than be the last two solvers. But at
Yeah.
the same time, you see people like Timon Koloshinsky who are able to just go beast mode and like be the final solver to begin with and be the number one seed. So
Michael
it's all a
Larson
matter of preference. Yeah.
here with this third solve, the first round here. Still hoping he can hover around, what he's got going on right now, especially given Jeremy's last solve. Still wanting to try and at least overtake Muthing. I think at this point, trying to go for Dan Tran's spot is a little bit of a reach. Not impossible, but you know, Tran, by the way, with a 28.08 average.
Yeah, and OLL parity there. So once again, costing a couple of seconds, but a 30-second
Ooh,
solve. So OLL parity on that could have been probably like a 28. So just a great like just body of a solve for the most part. And then like obviously the peripherals when he hit like the OLL parity and stuff were kind of janky. But you just do a great solve to begin with, and it doesn't matter if you have to eat 2 seconds because you just had a great solve to begin with. So 30 seconds there, put him in a great spot, honestly. Jeremy has that 32 and a 36. So right now you see Michael Larson counting a 35 in the middle. Um, Jeremy could very easily count a 36 if he just gets one solve like slower than the 36 there. Um, so honestly, like basically from cubing standpoint, if Jeremy just gets a 35 or higher, they're basically even at this point, which is once again completely out of their own possibilities. Seeing what kind of solves have been going on, the amount of parodies going around, we've seen quite a lot of parodies today, not a lot of non-parodies. Um, but yeah, at least in the this algorithm set, something that's kind of or an algorithm set, the scramble set. Something that's kind of interesting is that each group in an earlier round has a different scramble set. So even though these like scrambles here are going on, they're going to be different from Max Park. So Max Park's going to get a completely different set of scrambles in the first round than what these guys are getting right now. Some might say that's unfair. Some might say it's not. At the end of the day, once we get to the final round, everyone's going to get the same scramble. But it's something to think about too when we're trying to compare these people together. So Michael Mutin actually got a completely different scramble set the than Michael Larson and Jeremy here. As Michael Larson steps up here for his fourth solve, I want to say.
yeah, it's solve number 4 for Larson. Again, he had that 30-second solve just a bit ago. Really hoping to make that 30-second count.
Yeah, Jeremy's solving off stream right now as Michael is I think yeah about done with he just rotated back up. So he's done with the first half of 3x3, going through the second half of 3x3 here, trying to build it out. I want to say this is slower. It's a long pause there. You can't find the pieces. This is one of the hardest parts about 4x4 is trying to find the pieces. And there's so many things moving around at once, and you want to always keep moving and try to make efficient use of the time. This is going to be a bad solve. This could be a high 30. No OLL parity, so pretty decent there. You got a PLL parity.
And a
41 seconds.
41.
You saw that long pause. He got lost in the sauce midway through trying to get, trying to figure out where his edge pieces were, trying to build out those last couple of pieces into a 3x3. He couldn't find it. It's something that happens all the time, and that separates a lot of people from Max Park. Because Max Park, he's just automatic with that. He knows where every single piece on the cube is when he's doing it. And right out here, we got a best possible average of a 33.87 still. So that's if he counts at 30. But anywhere in that range between 33.87 and 37.71 is what his score could be. It is better than Michael Muthing, but it's something where Um, it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle to try to count like a low 30, especially seeing there's other solves there. Here's my Matthew Dickman. He's kind of the boss of everybody because he's like the senior delegate of North America. Um,
What is that cube he's using?
so this, so he's actually colorblind, so he's probably got different sticker shades
Mm.
than most people. So stickered cubes have kind of gone out of style, but for some specific cases, like some people really like having certain colors that can't happen on stickered because they're kind of like factory made. So since he's colorblind, he's probably got certain special stickers here that he has, so you can only really use stickered cubes, is what
Hmm.
I'm assuming. Um, yeah,
The senior delegate for the USA and Canada. Uh, for whatever reason, the broadcast has wanted us to tell you that his cat's name is Phil. So, Phil, if you're watching, uh, that comes from Dickman himself. He really wanted us to include that in the broadcast. So, hi, Phil. We hope that you're doing all right.
yeah. Matthew Dickman's also been on the organizational team for Cubing USA for the major championships for the past couple of years, I want to say, if not more. And eh, the
Oh,
timer display is out, so he reset the timer. So right now the timer is malfunctioned. Right now, I this is where it gets kind of sus. This is what kind of gets sus for keeping. I think we're gonna go send it to our rules analyst, Manu Singh Hall, who's back in Vegas right now. We're gonna have him kind of go over this. What are you seeing right now, Manu?
Yeah, hey everyone, it's Manu here. I'm all spiffed up too, all right? So it's not just the guys back in Detroit. Yes, everyone, the situation that we see right here, because what sometimes happens with these timers, particularly it happens a lot in Vegas, because of the high altitude, the static can affect the cable. And interestingly, you can see like Dickman just took the cable out and was touching it all over, swapping it in and out to see if it's the cable problem or if it's the timer problem. This is a timer malfunction. This actually happens all the time. The most notable was when this happened to Sung-Hyuk Nam at 2017 Worlds, which cost him the World Championship. In these cases, we give out an extra solve, and he's going to get a chance to redo that. Back to you guys in Detroit.
Yeah, thank you, Manu, for going over that with us. It's one of those things you mentioned back in, Sung Hyuk Nam back in Paris when he got the timer reset. That's one of the most brutal things that can happen to you. He gets a 5 second solve. This is a 2017 World Championship, so this is like one of the fastest times ever be seen in a World Championship. And he hits the timer and it resets. They count it as a DNF when it was a timer malfunction. We had new regulations that came out after that, but if you slow it down frame by frame, you actually see Seung Hyuk Nam. If he were to continue with the normal rest of his average, he would have been the world champion, beating Max Park in 2017. But due to just different rules at the time and different standards when it comes to the equipment, he actually it cost him a world championship and he came in second. So it's one of the greatest what ifs in cubing history. As Michael Larson here on his final solve is the 30.4. So right now
wow.
he's going to count that 30.4 basically, and the 34 flat average. So honestly, one of the best case scenarios he could have been for Michael Larson. And
He does overtake Michael Muthing with that 34-second average. Remains to be seen whether or not Jeremy has overtaken. Oh, we actually just got Jeremy's score in. Jeremy with a 34.07 average. So Michael Larson is currently second now in the 4x4 first round.
yeah, and Michael Larson, that is like a 1 second upset on the psych sheet to Jeremy. Something like that. Shane Grogan is still yet to compete. I'm assuming he's probably going to compete with Max Park in the final round. He's the last person that could probably stop Michael Larson from getting into that third spot. So it's going to be super interesting to see that happen if Shane should overtake that 34-second average, which is very doable for him since his PR average is 30 seconds. Here's James Wang solving right now. He's yeah, member of the WCA results team. He's slower than Manu, so um it's gonna be a little bit of a longer solve here. And 45 seconds, honestly, that's nearing his own PR. But yeah,
Did you have to mention that he was slower than Manu?
yeah, I did have to say that. That's kind of legendary a bit. Um Yeah, so right now we're still waiting for Max Park to solve. He's gonna solve right after this short break that we're gonna go into. So we're gonna get a couple messages from our sponsors. I'm Matthew Marinick alongside Matthew Rosman, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
Hey, we are SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Welcome back to the Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024. We're in the 4x4 first round, and Max Park is getting ready to solve the best in the world. I'm Matt Rosman, joined by Matt Marinick. Matt, are you ready? Are you ready for this?
Yeah, I'm ready for this. I've seen Max Park come a couple times on world record pace. Once you see a couple 19s get thrown in there, you're always looking on world record average, and world record single come out of nowhere. The other day, he got a world record 3 times, so he's always knocking on that door. We're gonna see what Max Park sees here in this scramble. So looking around a lot, yeah, he's moving around. I don't think he sees anything particularly that great. Usually Max Park, when he stops and holds a cube in inspection, that's when he knows he sees something good. Um, Here we go. Underway. Already he's got, a lot of he's solved yellow cross here, which is very interesting. He's a color neutral solver. And dude, this is pretty incredibly fast. No parity. And there we go.
18.2.
Yeah. Dude, that's crazy. So that's world record pace right now. Right off the bat, no parity there. So with no parity, you gotta allow yourself a lot of options. But even with parity, it's probably going to be like a 19-second solve knowing Max Park. So Shane Grogan with a 29.48. That's another thing we're kind of looking out for, is he's probably going to be knocking on the door of that third place time. But yeah, Max Park's first solve, something interesting. He went yellow cross and solved the yellow side first. Went through. Everything was just very fluid, very solid, and once again, just a below world record average pace solve. Was blessed with no parodies and was able to get through it. So right off the bat, Max Park doing really well. Yeah, so a lot of especially when you get to big cubes, there's something called color neutrality. So big debate in 3x3 whether or not you should solve all colors versus solving only one color. So basically, you can kind of choose a color you have to start to solve first. And for a lot of people, they're like, let's just commit to one color. Whereas Max Park is just like, hey, I'm good enough. I can do all 6 colors if I want. Yiheng Wang right now for 3x3 is not really that much of a big cube solver past that, but he does something where it's just white and yellow only. As Max Park comes back here again, so Max can basically solve any color here. So if he sees something good, he'll just go for it.
Yeah, we're gonna wait and see here, but we've got a world record pace for Max Park on 4x4, 18.23 seconds for that first solve.
He's not moving the cube as much, so I think he sees something here a little better. Like that, him standing still like that. Schwan always talks about, his dad says that's when he knows he sees something good. And I think right off the bat, I think he's going for like blue green here. He's gonna flip up at around 9 seconds, and which means that he's kind of onto that last second half of the solve. Very fast pace here, and OLL parity though, however, and it's gonna be like a low 20. Kind of unfortunate, that's not gonna be a solve you want to count when you're on world record pace. That's gonna be one you're gonna want to throw out if he's gonna get a world record. He got unfortunate 2 like parity algorithms, so that would have been probably about like a 20-second solve ish if he had no parity, which is very unfortunate for Max. He solved, once again, looking at that green blue. That's very much what we're like his advantage that he has. That he can solve anything there. So he saw something very good on green blue and just went for it. As we got Shane's second solve here. Shane Grogan, he's got that 29-second solve from earlier.
Grogan waiting as he begins his second solve here. The delegate from Southern California and also the WCC treasurer, currently 4th in the Vegas Cubing Cup rankings.
Yeah, he's the delegate that's been to every single one of the Vegas Cubing Cup, so he's got the participation awards for all the events that he's done. Probably broke a decent amount of PRs here too, just because of all the amount of competitions he's gone to in Vegas. He's the closest delegate to Vegas. And honestly, I feel like this is not a bad solve here from Shane right off the bat too. Once again, he's stuck solving the white first because just like not most people have that color neutrality element that Max has. So 33 seconds, not bad. That's gonna be once again we're sub Michael Larson right now. So he's positioned himself well for that third place slot. Obviously, Dan Tran in that second place right now. Max almost guaranteed to get first unless his cube gets like explodes and gets a DNF or something like that.
I was gonna say, and correct me if I'm wrong, but currently the fastest counted time on the day is a 26.38. That was Dan Tran's first solve, and we've seen Max hit what was that? An 18 was
Yeah.
yeah, an 18 and a 22.
Yeah.
And,
So
and here he comes again, getting ready for his third solve. What's he gonna do next?
yeah,
It's always the question with Max Park.
it's kind of funny because you're talking about the fastest solve up to date is like like before Max is like a 26, and we're here just like 22 from Max. It's off world record pace, but I guess that's what just kind of the nature of going against the best in the world. He's staying still. He saw something right off the bat, so he's barely rotating the cube around, kind of keeping it still. So I think he sees something there. Yeah, he goes white yellow for his first two centers, and that flip up I think it was around like the 8-second ish mark. I'm saying he's got 2 of 4 parodies so far, as he's already into 3x3 stage. Another OLL parody, very unfortunate. And weird rotation into that last layer algorithm, a 21.17. Here's the thing though, is if he counts that 18, he's still kind of on world record pace. So, you can kind of toy with this if you're Max Park. And if you're Max Park, you still have a chance. And like once again, if you've got that he's getting those parodies. So right now he's 3 for 6 on parodies. He's getting like that perfect 50% down the margin for it. He kind of had a weird PLL, but that was not, at least from my knowledge, it does not look like that was a PLL parody at all. So he's going 3 for 6 on PLL. Yeah, it was a cool ZBLL that he did there.
And I just quickly want to mention about Max first solve. If it does count, that would be sixth in the world. That would be ahead of Medi, Hiroto, and Naba, which is just hilarious to me that he could have the sixth best single in the world, and that's still 3 seconds off of his world record. I mean, that's just insane.
I mean, just him alone having an 18. I mean, that puts him like it puts him ahead of people like kind of Kieran, Behan, and stuff, which is just crazy. Being like people you think like notable for being big cube solvers and like stuff, just beating them in 4x4. Even Seunghyuk Nam, like Seunghyuk Nam only has a 19-second single, in 4x4, and he's one of the best 7x7 solvers and 6x6 solvers right now. As Shane's here getting ready for a solve.
I do want to comment. Shane also showed up professional today as well.
Yeah, I mean he's one of the delegates. Yeah. So
Yeah.
the new wave of professionalism.
The new wave.
So yeah. Yeah, so there was a bit of a commotion going on before Shane solved, so he took a bit of a pause to get before getting ready. Sometimes that happens. There's like celebrations and things, and you kind of want to avoid that as he's got all the centers done, but he's finishing up his last couple of edges here. He had a bit of a pause during the middle of his solve, probably just trying to find pieces, get his bearing straight, which is kind of interesting. I mean, obviously he's not like the best in the world, but from a solver of his caliber, it seems like you wouldn't pause that much. And it's going to cost him a bit with a 36.57 here. Counting that 33.72, he's still on pace to sneak out second place, but is now kind of looking a bit dicey. I'm not going to lie.
Here we go to Max Park for solve number 4. Had that 21.17 last time. Still really hoping to make that 18.23 first solve count. See what he can do. As he warms up here.
Yeah, so right now Max Park, he's lurking on world record. Once again, it's 19.38 second average. If he gets an 18 here, we're lurking. That's the main story right now.
Lurking.
So if he gets an 18 or faster, we're lurking on on world record pace. And he's going white yellow, a little bit decent here. He flips up. He's got, these are just a bit slower of edges here. So this is not looking that great. And he's got OL parity. This solve's killed. And a PLL parity. I mean, he hit both parodies, just very slow solve, 24-second solve all around. We're not lurking at that point. But once again, it's Max Park, so you never know if we get a world record single coming. Best possible average 20.6, and worst possible average 22.66. He'll get another chance later today with finals. So
I mean, but let's. You just said that that was a very slow solve. The man had a 24.4-second solve. That's still faster than anyone has managed to do in the first round. It's we're talking about chess versus checkers here.
yeah,
As we have Shane Grogan coming up for his next solve here.
Max knows he's probably going to win this competition no matter what. He takes his times very personally and everything. So I think obviously he wants to get world record every time he steps up to the plate. That's his goal all the time. So I think at the end of the day, he's always lurking on the world record. He's confident he's gonna win it, but he's always looking for the next step forward. As Shane here is kind of stumbling a bit. I mean, we're already at 25 seconds, and kind of going a bit sluggish through F2L with a PLL parity. That might be decent though. 36.62. This is gonna start looking dicey for that slot. So best possible average is a 33.26. Worst possible average is a 35.64, meaning that he's he's right in that line with Michael Muthing there if he gets, but he's got to count that around that 30-second mark. As Max Park's going here into his final solve. He's standing a bit still too, so he might see something. That was a kind of jank first two centers, I feel like, for Max Park. He's going to flip up at 8 seconds from Yao, so that means it's kind of signifying the first half of his solve is done. We're already at 16 seconds, so this is not even close to world record. This is probably got OLL parity too. This is going to be NPLL parity. I mean, that absolutely cooked there with the parodies. I mean, it's been 10 of wait. Let me do my maths right. This is 7 of 10 parodies he hit at this juncture. So I mean, usually you want to flip the script there. You want to go 3 of 10 if you want to be on a world record pace. The odds were kind of stacked up against him for the most part. 22.16 average. It wasn't his worst possible, but definitely wasn't his best possible average either. I think Max Park wouldn't be happy with this in any kind of final situation when it came to any kind of major championship. That would leave the door wide open for someone like Timon or maybe like a Wire Brother. And so it's something to look forward to into like a world championship situation. But once again, it's a earlier round of Vegas Cubing Cup. There's cash prizes on the line, but you'll probably win this competition no matter what in a 4x4. But we're going to be looking now into that third place spot right now, going into the final. Shane Grogan right now, in order to capture the third place spot, is going to need about a 30 to 31 second solve here. So once again, he's got to be a 34-second flat average. His best possible is 33.26. Worst possible, 35.64. So large range. He's got to dial in. He's known for calming himself down. He's going to be chilling here for a moment as he goes into the spectrum right now.
Looking pretty calm going into it. Let's see if he can clutch it up here.
Right now, he's got the first 2 centers done. Finishing up some cross edges. He hasn't flipped up yet. Now he finally flips up. That seemed like a bit long as he's pausing a bit right now here too. I don't think this is what Shane wants to be seeing right now, but that was a pretty freaky fast last couple edges. OLL parity, that's going to kind of cook it. And we got an N permutation. 35.96. That's not what he's looking for. That's going to put him outside the second place spot. So, I mean, the first 2 solves absolutely goaded for him, but
and that's an average of 35.42, which means Michael Muthing still retains that 5th place slot as Shane Grogan goes into 6th ahead of Preston Schwartz. A little bit of a surprising outcome for Shane.
Yeah, I mean, Shane, he was it the 3rd seed coming into this competition? You would have thought that Um, that he would have probably done plays a little bit better. But once again, I mean, 4x4 is still wild and sporadic. I mean, you hit parodies all the time. You hit a bunch of different random bumps in the road. So you think that, I mean, you still Max Park. I mean, was it PR average 19 seconds, drops 3 seconds? I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, that's more than 5% of solve time that he's dropping. Like, I mean, it's basically 10%, if not more, of his PR average he's dropping. So 4x4 is very sporadic with it. I mean, very, I wouldn't say luck dependent, but like very dependent on parodies and how you maybe will be able to avoid them and stuff like that. But I don't think anybody here does any kind of parody avoidance strategy.
So right now in the top 12, moving on to the second round here. Uh, again, just seeing Max's times here and seeing Max's average nearly a full 6 seconds ahead of Dan Tran's. I mean, I know we can always have an upset watch. You know, Dan's very good at this stuff, but come on, look at what's going on here. A sub 20 on that, which unfortunately didn't count, but a sub 20 to start off here. I mean, you know, we definitely have to keep our eyes open.
Yeah, so and kind of something that happens in like just WCA competitions in general, like one the main format is you remove a best time and you remove a worst time. So even though that Max got that 18-second solve, when he's counting a score, you remove that 18-second solve and you remove that 24-second solve, and you're gonna mean the middle 3 times together. So it's decently complicated, but it's in a strategy to avoid fluke. So especially in an event like 4x4, you're gonna end up having it where you're gonna have parodies, you're gonna have really lucky cases, and that's kind of across the board for cubing in general. So what you want to kind of do is remove the best time, remove the worst time, and you're gonna mean the middle three, and that's gonna be probably about what your general skill is, and that's how the WCA is gonna score you on your solves.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've seen this a lot before. I do want to talk a little bit. Go if we can pull the WCA live results back up. I do want to talk about just how close. If we can get the averages in, we can see everyone single time. But uh, going into this race between between third and sixth. Um, uh, we've got a difference between third and sixth place, average difference of just 1.42, 1.42 seconds. Matt, what do you think is going to happen as we get in these later rounds and as the competition really starts heating up? You know, who do you think out of these four solvers, Larson, Bullenbot, Muthing, and Grogan, who do you think is going to come out on top and potentially take that third place crown?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's always going to come down to there's a couple of factors you got to think about. I mean, Shane Grogan, his main mission right now is not to get like, I mean, he obviously wants to solve his best, but at this competition, he's a listed delegate. He's probably not going to be focusing too much on 4x4. Um, and the thing is, Jeremy is he's just a solid 3x3 solver. So at the end of the day, you're always doing a 3x3 solve when you're doing a 4x4 solve. So what's going to end up happening is you're just gonna have way more consistency when it comes to just your 3x3 solves. So, um, when the parodies get out of the way, when all the luck things get out of the way, most likely it's gonna come down to who can just do solving the best. And I think Jeremy, when it comes to just his 3x3 skill, I think he's gonna have the best shot to try to get that third place spot.
I mean, yeah, we're actually you know, now that the first round of 4x4 has gotten out of the way, we're actually going to take a quick break and we're going to hear some words from our sponsors, but don't go anywhere. This is the Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024 presented by SpeedCubeShop and West Coast Cubing.
CubersLive is your home for all things speedcubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Miller, Maddie Nava, Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speedcubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024, presented by SpeedCubeShop and West Coast Cubing. We've got the 3x3 one-handed underway. We're going to watch Jeremy Bellenbot and Dylan Govik uh, coming up in this first round here. And the interesting thing about Dylan, which I wanted to talk about a little bit, was that while a lot of solvers will use CFOP, he's exclusively a RU solver. So, Matt, can you tell the viewers a little bit about RU and why it would be advantageous to use it over CFOP?
Yeah, so Rue is it's a different event from CFOP. So I'd say 90% of all cubers use CFOP as a method than Rue. But the thing about Rue is it's a lot more move efficient. So even though it's kind of like a little bit harder to execute, some people might say it's a lot more move efficient. When you're just moving slowly in um a one-handed situation, you want to just go for a lower move count. So that's something that kind of gives Rue a bit advantageous. The thing is just kind of harder to execute. It involves a lot of M slices and stuff like that. Is here goes Dylan here. And you'll kind of see it here. So you'll create two basically um bars on each side, so one on the left and one on the right, and then he'll solve the top corners, and it'll just become a bunch of M and U moves. So he's flicking the middle layer right now, and it causes a
Oh,
lot of things like that. So that's one of the big drawbacks of Root is the execution errors. So 17-second solve, definitely not what he's looking at right now. He wants to get around that 12-second range, and it's just those M flicks are just so hard to execute, which make it so when you can execute them, like Sean Patrick from the Philippines, you get world record times. But it's just really hard to perform because it decreases the amount of moves and makes it you're solving much more efficient, which means if you just turn at top speeds, it's really nice. But once you start fumbling around with it and your cube starts flying all over the place, it gets a bit challenging. So
that slip out of the hand, surely a a it's obvious, that's not what you want to happen when you're trying to get a really fast time.
yeah, and it just ergonomically, when you think about it, if you're trying to flick the middle layer of a cube with your left hand, basically only one-handed, it gets pretty tough. This is something that's very interesting. So this kid here is using his right hand. Um, for the most part, cubers will typically use your left hand, and that's because if you kind of think about it, if you use your left hand on a cube, when you're flicking with your extremities, with your fingers, it's kind of acting like your right hand. So the right side of your left hand flicking up is kind of like your right hand. So using your right hand is usually something cubers don't usually use unless they're like left hand dominated or they just kind of like weirdly started doing it with their right hand for whatever reason.
And Emil Lazaryev with a 30.644, definitely that's a few seconds below his average. Definitely wanting that one back.
Yeah, and the interesting part about a one-handed is you also want to like avoid the amount of rotations. Just like there's also the whole like debate on tabling, like how much you use the table to help you out and assist you with solving the cube, and certainly for like ruse solvers too, where it's just really hard to execute. You might want to do some table abuse, as they say. So it's gonna be super interesting here.
We've got Dylan coming up for his second solve here. Posted that 17-second in the first round. First solve, excuse me.
Yeah, so it's got both of the bars created right now. Is gonna do an algorithm to solve that green top and now a bunch of M moves and U moves. Doesn't fly out of his hand this time and is able to get 13-11.
Quite a
People are
solid solve.
people are asking right now if Max is solved yet. No, Max is not solved. He's two groups away from solving. We're kind of got like that. Maybe it's like the Otani, like the left for Otani at bat. Waiting for that. Um,
I apologize to all the Yankees fans in the chat. We were sorry for mentioning the bad man,
yeah,
but he's a bad man.
I mean, just like Max Park, like just your best at his craft. So, yep, dear Sam Martin. He's also, I'm pretty sure he works for SpeedCubeShop. Last time I remembered, and he's a newest trainee delegate. Honestly, for the Vegas area, very needed right now. Shane Grogan is going back and forth basically from LA because there's nobody to do competitions uh in Vegas as of now. And once again, you see using that left hand makes it really ergonomic to solve the cube. Um, yep. Max Park is, once again, a couple groups away, but he also uses left hand. He uses CFOP, different method than the root method that we see Dylan Govik using. Um, yeah. Once again, these are the early groups of one-handed, so we're still Still waiting for some of the top competitors to solve here at the Vegas Cubing Cup.
As we saw Manu make an appearance in the background. Uh, I will say with one-handed, speaking of the Otani metaphor, yeah, this is just another. I know we're gonna probably talk about this the rest of the stream, but it's another event which is really Max Parks to lose. Which you talk about using the table a lot. Max Park really uses the table. Some people say that you know Kevin Hayes said that Max gets away with having the cube on the table for half the solve because he's built different. What do you think about that?
Honestly, it's just like within the rules, just do whatever you can to win. And like, if it's better for him to just spam the table, then it's better for him to spam the table. I don't think there's necessarily one thing better than the other. There might be some evidence to point that hey, maybe less table use like produces better times. But at the end of the day, a win's a win,
And we have
and you're
a
allowed to use the rules for to do that.
Jeremy up here.
Fedoralist.
Fedoralist Jeremy here with a first solve of 15.38. Definitely below average there, wanting to try and capture something.
And we're back to CFOP solves. So back to solves that I kind of know what's going on all the way up to last layer. Instead of going directly into the OLL, broke it into I think honestly a ZB when I kind of saw that there, which makes it a 12.2 seconds. So he kind of did like, like a very fast algorithm to get it to a different case. So he could get into like an algorithm he's more comfortable using as Dylan gets a 16.95. Kind of going back to Jeremy, what he did is instead of taking the case that was given to him, it was kind of ergonomically not there for one-handed. Just like if you were to do a couple moves with do the same moves with two hands, it's really easy, but for one hand, it's not. So what he did was he did a quick algorithm to get it to a different case, and then do one longer algorithm that was better to for one-handed to solve the rest of the cube. So honestly, it's very interesting there but that's kind of the differences of events from one-handed to two-handed. Like you got to focus on the ergonomics, and that's kind of what we're talking about with Max Park. Is like sometimes you just got to use the table a bit more in order to just get the win, and that's just what you got to do.
Absolutely. I think looking at Dylan solves here and looking at how he's doing, um, definitely kind of in a since we're not super far in, could see him maybe being a fourth or a fifth. He's definitely not solving at the level that he needs to be to maybe get podium.
Yeah, I mean, we got a counting 16. I mean, you have a 13 that is like his best solve right now. Anyway, he averages 12 by the psych sheet. So, it's definitely not like the best solves that you want to have, especially if like you want to chase a podium at this competition. Um yeah, I mean, especially, but like at the same time, Jeremy, what he's got a 15 and a 12. So door's still decently open, but it's gonna be interesting to see how Dan Tran, you know, um interacts with these scrambles coming up in the next group.
Got Dylan coming up on his fourth solve here.
Yeah, once again, so right now, right there, he's on the table doing those MNU moves. You basically always need that table to do those MNU moves. All right, 1247. We're bringing this average back, is what we're doing, and we're counting the 13 now. So we're kind of into a really good case scenario for what he had given in those first three solves. So really good force solve to bring it, kind of start bringing it back home as Jeremy's on to his third here. Dude, this is pretty fast, honestly, into a really fast last layer. Those algorithms flow together really nicely. Let's see what time that is. A
With a
1096.
10.9.
Yeah. So, I mean, you saw that. From what I saw, that was a soon case. So, basically a 7-move OLL into a J perm. So, really, really fluid last layer. That's almost like one of the best case scenario last layers you can get, especially for one-handed. You can't really ask for much more than that. And those algorithms like flowed right with each other. And on top of that, just a really good solve from the beginning. So that's what gives them a 10-second solve here in that situation. Yeah, and the thing is like when it comes to um 3x3 OH, you want to limit the amount of different kinds of moves you're doing. So, that was like very much just R and U moves to the end. They might throw an F move in there for like a J perm or something, but for the most part, it was all R and U moves. So just quick flicks with your left hand to bring that home as Dylan's here onto his final solve. trying to count that 12. This is looking a bit jank. He looked like he misoriented the cube a bit, but that was a fast last layer into a
Wow.
12-17. So he kind of clutched back up on that last layer. I looked like honestly like right into like almost like an OLL skip or something. Like I don't even know if he had to solve those top corners or if he just did that flamboyantly without me even knowing.
And that's a
So
best possible average for Dylan right there.
yeah, and so I mean, BPA was a 14.18 there. So I mean, the 14.18 average is as Jeremy here. Um, it should be his fourth solve, but potentially could be his fifth, depending on how how many times are missing here. And he's got the capability to get fast times. I mean, 8.26 seconds. So this is his fourth time here. As once again, not terrible. Oh, fra rough into just RU Gen algorithm there. So 11.4. All right. Now all of a sudden, does this worst possible average? Does it even matter?
Jeremy,
He could have this already locked up
he
away, and
might have it.
he could.
The fedoraless Jeremy
Yeah, 12.99, dude. He's got this right
is
now.
locked in.
Guaranteed top 3 basically for Jeremy right now. Doesn't it's gonna be interesting to see how Dan Tran interacts in the next round. Once again, we still have Dan Tran needing to do his solves. So I mean, you still have the door open even for Dylan, but I mean, with a 14 average, it's gonna be it's that's a he's got to hope for some messed up solves from Dan Tran
Absolutely.
in order to get that. Once again, this is the earlier round of OH, so it doesn't matter too much, but when you're positioning yourself into the final seeds, into the finals, it could shake some things up if your confidence a bit. So yeah, going to finals, you're gonna think Max Park's gonna win this, and go on to the next round as the first place. He's fifth in the world right now, so not really a doubt in my mind that he is gonna win
Oh
this
yeah.
group, or win this round. But
I,
yeah,
I definitely think that in addition to Max, I mean what we saw from Jeremy there, maybe the fedora is inhibiting his powers. Maybe listen, when the fedora comes off, that's when he's locked in. That's when I mean, just he was clutching it up so well. And this is no disrespect to Dylan, because that the last solve we saw, that 12-17, that was really clutch for what appeared to be kind of a slow and kind of sus start. You know, um, but this is still Max Parks to win. Let's
yeah.
get real here. If there was cubing betting going on, I would put my life savings onto Max Park to win the one-handed. And if I lose, I'm a fool.
What's your thoughts on that in general? Keeping betting.
Come on. It, it, that, I don't even want to get into this. I don't want to get into this right now. If you want more crash out content like that, go watch +3 on SpeedCubing TV. But anyway, Jeremy coming up for his fifth solve. Fedora back on. Let's see if this makes a difference. Maybe it changes his center of gravity so he can hold the cube better. Maybe not. I don't know. Let's see what happens.
I mean, whether the center of gravity is being affected or not, I mean, he's already kind of cooking with his average for the most part. I mean, 10-21 average, he doesn't have a single solve below his average, but in comparison to his competitors right now, he's really cooking. So we'll see. And here we go into the final solve. It's not looking the greatest. It looked like a dot case, but he's able to do some sledgehammers that got him, but it was an end perm. So like really good OLL there, but like the case he got was a 1 out of 72 chance in the last layer, and it's one of the worst you can possibly get. Not terrible, honestly, for one-handed. It's probably a mediocre case for one-handed because it's one of those where you just use the same moves over and over again, but it's just really long and egregious. So, finishing up with a 12, and it's going to be um, a bit of a mid 12 average overall,
Pretty
12-10.
solid.
So
Pretty
yeah,
solid average. 2 seconds ahead of Dylan. Currently good enough for first as of now in the first round.
yeah.
But
Get real.
get real. We
Yeah.
we know who one's gonna be. It'll be interesting to see what Dan Tran's gonna do. But yeah, I will. We're gonna actually go to commercial. Here's some more messages from our sponsors. I'm Matt Rosman. He's Matt Marinick. This is Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024, presented by SpeedCubeShop, and West Coast Cubing.
Hey, we are SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Welcome back to Vegas, everybody. I'm Matt Rosman, joined by Matt Marinick. And while we've got a great heater of a competition today, we got to talk about something that's going on over on SpeedCubing TV tomorrow. What do we got?
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow we got Luke v. Luke. Both, I mean, you got second in the U.S. and fifth in the U.S. for a 3x3 average. So, I mean, at the end of the day, just like, you know, basically just a great 3x3 competition overall. Luke's have always been very competitive against each other, especially in the Midwest region. They see each other at local comps all the time, you know, and they just kind of have a rivalry at this point. And it's going to be great to see them go against each other in Super Solve Oxford. So tomorrow, 3 p.m. is when streaming is going to be starting around that time. And, it should be very, very fun competition to watch.
We're actually gonna have Manu commentating on that tomorrow as well. Hey, before we get going to the next group of 3x3 one-handed, want to do a quick review of the results here. Jeremy in first place. The Fedora is rising with a 12.10 average. Then Dylan, Shane, Jaden, and Shiloh. Again, as we talked a little bit ago, maybe wanting a little more from Dylan, but definitely he clutched it up at the end there to kind of secure that second place spot.
I mean, at the end of the day, this is group one. So like you when it comes down to a podium, it doesn't matter that much, but it does affect your mentality going into the finals. It's like, all right, I didn't do what I wanted to do in the first round. I mean, everybody comes in with a clean slate, but you want to have some confidence going into finals. So if he just thinks this solving's poor, and I mean, like you have 13 and 2 12s, you're 1 16-second solve away. Like instead of a 16, you get a 15, and you're like averaging around what you average. So it's just like it's a bit rough to see those times, but you just got to do what you got to do. Um, right now we're gonna see Dan Tran in this group, and the next group we have Max Park coming up, and yeah, and basically, Dan Tran is going to be the one who's going to be kind of to look at when it comes to competition wise, just because he can kind of slide himself into that second spot, the third spot, or it could just be not in that overall, just depending on what happens during his solves.
Yeah, I mean, Tran could do really well, but we also have to remember Jeremy, as we see Michael Larson getting ready. Jeremy is 58th in the world at one-handed. So we do have to consider that there's definitely going to be a lot of competition for that second place position as Michael gets ready for his first solve.
Yeah, the thing though is like he has a like when we look back at Jeremy's Larson is doing his solve right now, a bit of a sexy sledge algorithm. I mean, you got a G perm there. That's gonna be kind of rough. But I was talking about Jeremy is that he does have like I mean it's a 12-10 average, and not Michael Larson, Dan Tran has 1187 average. So very much so, it's very beatable. And even though that like they have a large discrepancy in world rankings, like Jeremy didn't perform up to where his world rankings are at, so it just leaves the door open for Dan Tran to slide in there.
Have that first solve from Michael Muthing, a 19.335. If he averages that, that'd still be top five for now. But again, like you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, right now there's people in the chat talking about how SpeedCubeShop. Thank you for my GAN 15. I think they're very welcome, and they have great service. I was just at their headquarters in Canada for SpeedCubeShop Canada. I met Garrett, very very nice guy and everything. So we thank them for supporting this competition in the Vegas cubing scene, and they're giving out some cash prizes for today's events. Rosman, how do you win those cash prizes?
Well, you win those cash prizes through various ways here. That can be just competing in the events, participating in special events, being a first-time competitor, breaking a PR, or placing in the top 12 at a given competition or at a given event. And the top five who amassed the most points over the season. There were four different competitions this year for the Vegas Cuban Cup. Fall is going to be the last one of the year. The top five are going to receive cash prizes. So fifth place is going to get 250, fourth place is going to get 350, third place is going to get 500, second place 700, and first place gets $1,000. So absolutely exciting to see. Great work from SpeedCubeShop to sponsor this event and really bring, you know, a really big prize for competitors. Right now, actually, in the Cuban Cup standings, the top five right now: Jaden Thompson currently sitting in fifth, Shane Grogan in fourth, Preston Schwartz at third, and a tie right now between Dan Tran and Jeremy Bullenbot for first. So definitely going to see some competition between those two here as we see Dan Tran getting ready for his one-handed solve here.
Yeah, it's kind of unclear if this is gonna be his first solve or his second solve. We found where this is actually his first solve, so if we didn't miss any off stream, it's gonna be interesting to see what goes on here. Honestly, like decently fast F2L, and it's kind of a jank PLL there. I think is a ZB 1107. So right now you're looking a lot faster than Jeremy. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, like it's gonna be pretty decent there. As Michael Larson gets a 13.81 on the other side of the stream.
I just want to notice a comment. Blue Boy GD says, "Please notice me, guys, with the sad face." Well, we noticed you, Blue Boy.
But we're really the blue boys over here because
Yeah.
we were in the blue suits. Um,
The Blue Boys. I really. Yeah, Manu has a blue suit. Manu's wired to us by Video Ninja here, our recording system. So,
just get rid of all the trade secrets right there.
what do you mean trade secrets? What we don't look. Look, we are not. Look, we are as professional as we can be. That said, there are some things which, you know, I we what the trade secret. The trade secrets are given out right here with the big soundboard right in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've been using the soundboard, dude. It's honestly a beast because this is what we started using for like I think honestly the first use was Washtenaw Winter 2023, I want to say.
Yeah, I know you like talking about equipment. We've
Yeah.
got Dan Tran coming up for solve number 2 here.
No, honestly, 1107 on the first. That's sub PR average. So let's just continue going at this pace and let's see some PRs fly out. And honestly, if you're lurking on low 11s, Max Park messes up. We might see a first place out of this right now,
Oh.
too. Still first round, but you never know. As dude, right, this is very fast too. We're on last layer. Could this be another 11? Oh, dude, bad last algorithm.
Oh.
1267. Um, it could have been something great. It could have been something great. Um, but yeah, no. Once again, like we're still we're still teetering on where Jeremy's at with a 1210 average. But a couple better solves there though in order to get into that second spot if he wants it. Um, yeah, as Michael Muthing comes back up there, Michael Larson here on the other side.
Michael Larson getting ready for solve number 3, I think. Yep, that's going to be solve number 3 for Larson.
Yeah, these G perms are just kind of brutal a bit. That could have been like once again not terrible, but you don't really want to be playing around with the G perms a lot, especially in a one-handed solve. 11:56 though, fastest time. Keep going down by 2 seconds. You're in world record territory at the end of the day. But that's probably not going to continue going at that rate.
I don't know if we're going to break that yet. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah. But no, for the most part, I think you have it where Max Park is coming up in the next group. By the way, he's gonna probably be the one to absolutely destroy everybody here for the most part. But if he messes up, you can get 11-second averages. Like that's not out of the realm of possibilities or anything like that.
Uh, we've got a Sri Dacharla here for I believe his first one-handed solve.
And dropping the cube, he's squirming around everywhere. The table abuse is very prevalent as it's flying out of his hand all over the place. Um, Not something you want to see out of a one-handed solve. Um, as Dan trans back up, solve number 3. Can he beat Jeremy? That's the question. Remember, Jeremy's got a 12-10 average, and he's got an 11 and 12.67 here. I mean, you're at 10 seconds onto a ZBLL, decently long ZBLL, but 11.98. I mean, instead of going, I mean, what basically the given situation of that is he saw the last layer case. He could have committed to doing 2 algorithms, but he decided to kind of pause, take a second, which is honestly just like a point 10, like a tenth of a second, figure out in his head, all right, I'm gonna do one longer algorithm to solve the whole last layer in one algorithm, and he's able to execute that. So be able to recognize that and do that in 2 seconds is pretty impressive, and is going to be able to give him a sub 12. When if he were to go all up PLL, it probably would have been a mid 12, if not longer. So really great there. The job just executing the cases. Michael Larson's here into his 4th solve. Dude, really fast into it. Like, oh, dude, for a moment that looked like an OLL skip or something like that. We actually rotated the cube and it was solving solved red instead. I thought he was going for white. And he tilted the cube sideways, and then all of a sudden there was a whole yellow face there. But he was just still on F2L at that point. 15-second solve, not the greatest. It's not going to put him anywhere in podium contention as of now.
And Larson proving the old stock market adage of past performance not indicating future results is that, as unfortunately Matt's world record trend prediction has not gone through.
Yeah, you're not going to keep on going 15, 13, 11, 9, 7, all the way on down, but 15 just kind of comes out of nowhere. So maybe we'll go up to a 19 if we keep on increasing by 4 now.
Following this patterns. Is Sri back up here.
Yeah, he had problems holding the cube last time. It kind of flew out of his hands a ton. Let's see if he's able to make up for that and keep control of his cube. Honestly, this is pretty fast, I'm not going to lie. And he's going to preserve edges on top. That was a bit of an awkward way to do the OLL for one-handed, especially, as we're probably going to get around to like an 18 seconds time here. It's going to be a 19. Yeah, a lot better in terms of like keep flying out of his hands and everything, but the last layer was a bit awkward there for him.
Yeah. Pretty soon. Yep, we've got Dan's last solve coming up here, and I want to point out here. Wait,
2 solves left.
Sorry, this is 4th solve. My apologies, but we're kind of coming into a pretty close race between Dan and Jeremy. Jeremy with that 12-10 average, and Dan kind of hovering around that. He really wants to make that 11:07 count.
Yeah, and honestly, one of the cool things about this is that he's one of the few Dan Train here is one of the few people using stickered cubes before allow. Is he's going to a ZBLL. Oh, okay, wait 1 second. Now here we go. This could be a +2, but I think it's safe. Dan, take a second look at it. From our angle, once again, GoPros can be very deceiving from the top down because of how it's angled and stuff. So this could be a lot closer than we actually think.
All right.
Here comes Sam, trainee delegate, looking at it. Once again, if this is over 45 degrees, it's going to be a +2 second solve. We might take in our rule analysis, Manu Senghal from Vegas, if he can give us a little bit more in depth of what that was there. Manu's is gonna come in a little bit to give us more analysis on how +2s work and what went on in that situation.
With Larson's, I believe his last solve there, a 15.294.
Yeah. So all right, well, let's get back to Manu to describe that +2 situation right now. He's over in Vegas.
Yeah, hey guys, how's it going? Yeah, +2 is pretty interesting. +2, basically, when the cube is off by 1 turn, we consider that a +2 penalty. It's not so big that it's like you didn't solve the cube. Clearly, you were trying to solve the cube, but you were off by 1 move, but you didn't really solve the cube, so we slap on a +2 second penalty. That's kind of just there because, basically in all puzzles, it takes less than 2 seconds rather to do a move, right? So that way it's not too punishing, but at the same time, you clearly are trying to avoid it. And that's kind of what's going on there. If it's over 45 degrees, that's how we determine if it's one turn or not. So that one, trainee delegate Sam Martin coming in for his first delegated competition and able to make the verdict there. So yeah, that one was all good, as I think Dan has one left. Back to you guys.
Yeah, very crucial because Dan is going to be lurking on that +2 can cost a lot, especially when you're lurking on trying to beat Jeremy and everything. 2 seconds it could be like make or break a solve or make or break an average if you can count it or not. So here we go. Here he is again, trying to chase down Jeremy, and Jeremy has that 12-10, and instead of that 13, he's not going to be able to count it, but he's he's got to get faster than it basically at this point. And solving for red cross out of the gate here. Actually, am I lost? I think no. You think he's solving red cross, which is completely wild. He's now going to orange for last layer, and that was pretty slow. 1562,
which is going to give him a worst possible average of 1265, which means Jeremy is still in first.
Yeah, I mean, once again, like I don't foresee Max getting slower than a 12-10. Honestly, still very possible. Like I've seen Max get times like that before. He's usually one of the more consistent people. Like I think Luke Garrett, he kind of fluctuates a lot more in terms of what people I've seen in major championship situations. But Max is most likely going to get a 10-second solver, a 10-second average or faster. But there's still actually like probably like it's a lot more of a chance than 4x4 for him to mess up here on one hand. I mean, all it takes is for the cube to kind of like fly out your hands a little bit for you to lose a little control. Max is usually pretty dialed in, very consistent solver for the most part. So I don't foresee anything going on. Reminder, he's solving in the next group. As we're finished up the last couple solves here of one-handed for group 2 here in Vegas.
Michael Muthing making a solve.
Yeah, Michael Muthien a 15-second. He had like a 19-second earlier, so it's not the greatest situation for him. It's not going to be anything that's going to get him near the podium, but it's probably going to get him into finals for the most part. As Michael Larson still got one solve left to do. Michael Larson is actually done. We're just missing that final time.
Still waiting on the data for Michael Larson to see if he's going to be ahead of Dylan or behind Dylan. I think Dan Tran has that second place spot locked up right now.
Yep.
But a little bit of a surprise to see Jeremy kind of with a decent lead right now. I mean,
he had an opportunity. It was one solve away from it being like a lead to not a lead. So I mean, it's the difference of one solve, and that's where it's like things like the +2s and just like mistakes and trying to clean those up. Like it affects averages. Like one solve affects the whole average at the end of the day. So you always want to just like the best strategy is to always just have your best solve.
Yeah, and I think that was it with you could say this about really any sport, is that the real greats are the ones who aren't just great at what they do, but they prevent like the mistakes that come around. Mistakes are inevitable. It's just minimizing them and minimizing the impact of them, especially in something like speed solving, where it's about averages. I think that when you minimize those mistakes, it's going to make it, it just makes you kind of a lot better. But anyway, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to go to a commercial, and we will be back on SpeedCubeShop. This is the Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024.
CubersLive is your home for all things speedcubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Miller, Maddie Nava, Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speedcubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Welcome back to Vegas Cuban Cup Fall 2024 on SpeedCubeShop. We actually want to go back. We're going to have Max Park solving in a 3x3 one-handed first round in a little bit, but we want to take a look at some of Max's previous results here uh, from NAC 2024. Matt, what can we kind of take away from this?
Yeah, honestly, I remember the whole OH rounds of, you know, the finals of North American Championships, and it was kind of disastrous. Honestly, like the North Americans, like kind of got like destroyed. I mean, you had like a 10:38 average for Max winning it. That's kind of absurd. Usually don't see that happen. And that's what I'm saying. Like Max can mess up, and other people can mess up in OH, and it can get somewheres maybe to like 11 seconds. And that's what kind of leaves the door open to some other places because, you know, it's kind of hard to be consistent sometimes in one handed. Um, but here we go. Max Park first solve. And Max moves the cube around a lot. He's fifth in the world. When he's moving the cube around, he typically means that he doesn't see anything he likes too much. Schwan, his dad, told me that when it stays still is when he usually sees something good. Color neutral solver, but yeah, he's going for a white cross here. Kind of holding the cube a bit sideways as he's flying through this. This is a great solve. It's going to be about 9 seconds, I think. A little bit longer of a last layer. Got it into the 10-second range. 10:57. And yeah. And once again, like he can get those higher numbers a little bit, and it's just on small things like last layer where, I mean, he had all of his F12 and everything done in like 6 to 7 seconds, and then all of a sudden, like the last layer is just like egregiously long for no reason.
And something to note about Max, which I talked a little bit about before, is that his usage of the table to give himself a competitive advantage in one-handed, something that has inspired other cubers, newer cubers, to try the same with varying results, but definitely kind of a pioneer in a sense in one-handed.
Yeah, and you gotta understand though at the same time, like a lot of the table abuse comes from like Rue solvers, and Max is a CFOP solver. So there's obviously the whole debate between Rue and CFOP. We saw Dylan earlier have the Rue average, but like Sean Patrick, who is who held world records and everything, and is like I think number 2 in the world right now, is you know very much like with Rue abuses the table because you have to for Rue for the most part. Um, yeah, and it's like it is one of those things where it's like, do you use the table? Do you not? And honestly, to me, it's just do what you gotta do to win. That's the day what's gotta happen.
I do quickly want to point out we do have some updated data from WCA Live. Currently in the top 5, we have going 5 to 1, Muthing, Shane Grogan. Oh, actually, I'm going to take a second on that because we've got Max's second solve coming up here.
Yeah, Max says that 10:57, kind of a stain right now on the average. I'd say like you want to throw that away if you want any chance at like world record or anything. But I don't know how much Max um he's capable of world record. I don't want to ever take him out of it, but it's gonna be kind of hard for him. OH is one of the events he's good at, but I think it's kind of getting away from him for the most part in recent history. And done at this is pretty decent, honestly. Yeah, 898.
8.98 from Max Park.
It was he finished up like everything at 6 seconds, and it was a decently fast like OLL and just had like a normal POL. 898. That's what happens when you get a good last layer with Max Park. After a great first part of the solve. So yeah, 898. Move on to solve 3, and that opens the door to possibly you know better like a great average, honestly.
We're definitely looking at something, just really strong here. I mean, we're not exactly, it wasn't like the first time with 4x4 where we're on the world record watch, as that 10:57 definitely. Well, I mean, we could still be there, but we would have to see the greatest next 3 solves that Max Park has ever done on one-handed. But yeah, just all around. I do want to go back. We're still waiting on some data. Um, okay. Uh, I do want to.
So right here, right here, as Matthew
Little bit of
Rosman kind of gets
confusion.
lost for a
I
moment.
got lost in the sauce.
Yeah, he's dealing sauce. Here's Soup Timmy, great guy, a big YouTuber, 5 million subscribers on his Spanish channel, 4.9 million on his English channel. Even though he's a native English speaker, I actually pretty sure actually he is a I want to say he's Vietnam heritage, and he's able to speak Vietnamese too. So I don't actually know which one's his native language. But yeah, from Florida. And there we go. And here is Max Park for solve number 3. Kind of egregious that the cube is behind the box, but that's why we got top-down cameras. You can, uh, you know, think the innovations for that as we go through. And honestly, also great solve. Oh my goodness. And then that's like a pretty bad last layer. But once again, an 889.
Wow.
It was like 5.5 seconds. And I just saw like a fat soon like last layer case. So, obviously a G perm out there at the end is gonna cost it a lot, but that could have been a low 8 if that doesn't happen. And right now, like if you look at what world record is right now, it's an 809 for Sean Patrick. But if you look at the US national record of 862 by Max right now, could be lurking on something. Just gonna say that.
We could be, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves here. We'd have to see some if Max really wants to go for that world record. We're gonna have to see something in this 4th and 5th solve that is, as you like to say, electric.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna kind of need to count basically two 6.5s here in order to get 2 6.5s in a row in order to get world record. But you just need 2 low 8s in order to get NAR basically, for the most part. So that's something to be lurking on. If you get North American record, massive, massive, massive,
massive win.
And another thing to look at too is you could get past Crimson in the Philippines too, possibly. Who's in the 4th place spot and go up a rank in the world rankings. As Soup Timmy's kind of here memeing around a bit one-handed. It took him like 18 years to figure out how to put the F12 pair in. I'm not gonna lie. As Yeah, he's kind of just sluggishly going through. Dude, this is wild. Dude, why are we putting my boy Soup on blast right now? This is kind of clown.
Is he lagging?
27 seconds. Dude,
he had like a Boost mobile connection. No disrespect to you, Timmy. We love you, Timmy, but we say this out of love. We know that you're really capable, and we know you're capable of more.
All right, Max Park. Once again, 8-second solve. If we get it, NAR. Here we go. That's that's the main question here. If we get an 8-second solve, a low 8, high 7 would be amazing. That's what we can see, like NAR possibilities. He's put himself in a position where it's a possibility right now on the solve. Here we go. Solve 4. Can he do it? Yellow cross, and that's honestly kind of fast. I'm not gonna lie. It was kind of awkward for a moment, and it's a 867. The thing is, though, that's gonna put him out of NAR contention. It's gonna be kind of a bit jank. It's like 885. That's gonna put him slightly out of it. But 885 is the best possible average. Is like some of the best. I mean, that's gonna put him.
That would tie Luke Garrett for 9th in the world. And I believe 3rd in the U.S. if he can best possible average here.
Yeah, I know. So it's like just great times in general. So yeah, I don't Max Park to get world record single on an OH. I mean, a 566. It would be absurd. I've seen him do it a couple times on miss scrambles, but they were like super easy miss scrambles. So I think Max Park, he's definitely like capable of getting something crazy ludicrous, but it's gonna be really hard for him in order to do that. But with 85 is very doable. I mean, he can really get like basically 3rd best time, in the continent.
I do want to say as well, even Max's worst possible average here of 9.48 is more than 2.5 seconds ahead of Jeremy. Like, come on, if we can see a sub 9 average here, I feel like, I don't want to declare anything final yet, because obviously this isn't the final, but it seems pretty cut and dry that Max is going to take this.
Yeah, and Max is continuing his streak of getting like 7 like sub 10 averages in a row as of now. So it's gonna be 8 after this average. No matter what he does, he can chuck the cube across the room. It can explode. It can hit someone randomly. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it's gonna be a 9-second average no matter what. So he's gonna end up getting a continuous streak of now 8 sub 10 averages in a row of of it all. And honestly, it's kind of interesting to see that like the two 10-second averages he's had in basically like the past 15 averages have both come in championship finals, both Rubik's North American Championship and Western Championships. So it's definitely the pressure that kind of gets him, which is something you don't really think about Max Park that much. He's kind of like stone cold, like really, really good with pressure. I mean, he's won the last World Championships with like a 538 average or something around that against Yihang. So you don't really think of him getting affected by pressure too much, but maybe the OH results kind of say something otherwise as he's coming in here for his fifth solve.
Really excited to see what he's going to do here. I mean, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but the way that he's been improving, solve after solve, um, you're kind of looking for something crazy to happen.
Yeah, and
We actually we're getting word that there's actually a bit of a crowd surrounding Max Park now as he gets into his fifth and final solve here of the first round of 3x3 one-handed. It's looking really good.
dude, and
Oh,
he's got 3 counting 8s. That's honestly for like any kind of competition, Max Park's gonna be happy with that result.
and
Obviously, it's not like world record or anything or NAR, but still, that came, literally like 0.25 seconds away from like NAR, basically 0.26. So, or 0.27. So that's yeah, and that's crazy. There's not much discrepancy within his average. Also, I mean, when you look at it, all of his times are within 0.31 of each other in terms of like fastest time to counting side time. So very consistent solving there. Besides the first solve, it makes you wonder what happens if he just gets a faster first solve there. Actually, it wouldn't matter that much because honestly, like it's not much movement in his average at all. So you know Max Park's gonna wrap up, one-handed and the event in general with an 8 average, which is honestly something I didn't really expect happening. I thought he was just gonna get like a 10-second average or something, just because that's the last 2 times I've done live streams of Max Parks. That's the 2 times that it's happened at the major championships. But yeah, 8-second average, pleasant supplies for all of us.
well, he's definitely locked in, and as we go to the WCA live here for the one-handed first round, obviously we'll get these scores updated as the round goes on. But Max Park, a full more than 3 seconds ahead of Jeremy. I also want to point out Michael Larson uh, in fifth, Dylan fourth, uh, and Anthony J. Telford, a out of nowhere, a personal best average and in both the average in single, who we now if I go to our psych sheet here, um, putting up personal bests, we obviously expected him to compete, but maybe we were expecting, maybe Dylan would come up, maybe Shane would come up, but Anthony, this is a really good performance from him.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty low, not low on the psych sheet, but like a 1465 average. I mean, he's just like what takes down like a second and a half to 2 seconds of his average. That's really hard to do, especially in a fast event like one-handed.
Absolutely, and then considering that Dylan, well, before today, the disparity between Dylan's best average and Anthony's best average was a 2.5 second difference. But Anthony really closing the gap and just really putting in something great. Yeah, you seen there Max Park right at the top of the leaderboard, an 8.89 second average. Just outstanding performance.
Yeah, and even for on Max Park standards, that's pretty outstanding. I,
Absolutely.
I wouldn't be shocked if that's in the top 5 averages he's ever had, if not even like potentially like top 3, because that's a really hard feat to do. Honestly, like anything sub 9, I mean, you're winning every single major championship with averages like that. You're kind of beast mode when you're in that
Oh
in
yeah.
that range.
Well, I mean that. Look, why are we comparing him to you know Shohei Ohtani? He's the attraction. Just like tomorrow when we see Luke Greiser and Luke Garrett go at it in Swoop and Solve Oxford 2024 Speed Cubing TV. Uh, you know it it's it's just this rewarding thing of seeing the greats at this, and especially Max Park, one of the most visible and one of the great speed cube solvers we've ever seen. I actually want to go through. uh I think we're actually going to take a break here. We're going to be going to a commercial. Don't go anywhere. We've got lots of stuff coming up for you. We've got 3x3 round 2 coming up next. So get ready for that. This is the Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024 presented by SpeedCubeShop and West Coast Cubing.
CubersLive is your home for all things speedcubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Millard, Maddie Nava, Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speedcubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Welcome back to Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024, presented by SpeedCubeShop and West Coast Cubing. I'm Matt Rosman here with Matt Marinick, live from commentating from Detroit, Michigan. We've got the 3x3 second round coming up. Matt, what do you hope to see from this second round here?
Dude, I hope to see a 3x3 world record. I mean, get real. We got Max Park going on right now, #1 in the world. That's what I'm looking on right now. I want to see nothing less. Max Park's 2 groups away. Like, we got the Show Tani counter going on. Dude, that's what all the buzz is about. No, but in reality, Jeremy is somebody you want to see, like, pop off a bit. I mean, he got, a counting 5 in the earlier round. So, honestly, you can see some fireworks out of him a little bit there, too. But, Max Park, he's the main attraction. He's the person we're watching in basically every single event here, even FTO. He's competing in FTO later today. Like, what does that even mean? So, yeah, 3x3 round 2 going on right now. Max Park is going to be obviously in like basically the fastest group possible. So he's going to be in the very end.
I want to talk a little bit about Jeremy, because you mentioned the counting 5. I really think Jeremy can hit a really strong performance today if he can tighten up some mistakes. Like, he had it wasn't accounting, but he had a 10 for his second solve in the first round. He had a 7.83 on his fourth solve. They're like just little things, little adjustments, obviously. Speaking of Jeremy, the Fedora has moved into the picture now and getting ready to start the second round. Again, the state record holder from Arizona for 3x3. Go subscribe to his YouTube channel, Cubing Fedora. If you wonder why he's called that, watch the stream.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, so Jeremy's like 627 average. I mean, he's Chris Mills tier basically. But we gotta has a chance to break out into the world class scene if he just gets us like sub 6 average. It's such a big, how do you say it? Coming of age moment for cubers, I guess you could say. This is not looking like it's going to be that though. 746. If he wants to get that sub 6 average, it's probably not going to be with a bunch of sevens. So I mean, we saw this with his previous average. He had 2 5s, 2 7s, and a 10. So just trying to minimize the sevens and just turn them into sixes and possibly even fives. That's how you break into sub. If you crack sub 6 or get into low sixes. So that's what we're kind of lurking on right now for Jeremy. 740-46 is not what you want though if you want to do that.
And I do quickly, just as an aside, want to respond to a commenter. There is no Scube today. There's no Scube at this event. So sorry, Scubus. And yes, Max is doing FTO, which
Ready to dominate another event, right? That's the rumors. I mean, he's technically the last seed. He's never competed in FTO before, so it's gonna be kind of interesting to see him. I mean, it's the first time basically he's gonna branch out of any kind of N by N event. So super interesting for that.
we got Preston Schwartz here, an organizer of the comp here in Vegas.
Yeah.
At 12.53.
Once again, how kind of these cubing competitions work? You were going through a lot of the people who are on the lower half of the solving side first, with mixed in with a couple fast solvers. Usually it's split based on speed. Max Park is going to be in the last group, so he's 2 groups away from solving. Right now we have the second seed Jeremy in this group, and he has a 7 so far. So he's the one to watch out for. He has a 4-second single. It'd be amazing to see another 4-second single happen on this stream right now. Any solve it could possibly happen. So that's the main thing we're looking for right now. Is here he comes, keeping Fedora. He could get a 4-second solve right here, right now. Depends on the scramble and the given situation. Warming up a bit, trying to calibrate himself here.
getting ready, warming up again.
So that yellow, he's got a pair there on yellow. You can be kind of flirtatious with that if he wants it. And he goes yellow. I don't know if he was able to preserve that pair or not. Kind of hard to see from the angle. Pausing on a ZB, that's going to
Ooh.
cost him a lot. And he's able to recognize ZB, but it's a 927. I mean, he literally stared there for like a second and a half, just looking at it just to do a long algorithm. It's something as a developing cuber and stuff you want to do, and it's probably something he's going to do in one of these earlier rounds. He's probably not going to do that for finals for placement wise, but if you're learning new algorithms and you want to implement them in your competition, you want to get that practice down. That's why he did that there. And he's willing to take that cost in order to, have a better future in finals and stuff like that going on. Because if he recognizes that faster and gets that pretty snappy, that's saving like a half a second in normal solves as Michael Larson comes up for his solve here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what we were just talking about with mistakes. He's got to clean up things like that. And staring at the cube for a second is like it's tough, but it's something that has to be cleaned up if you really want to bring it to the next level. As Larson gets ready for his next solve.
He messed up that cross, so he had to do an MU2M move, and that's going to throw off his solve for the rest here. So one mistake at the beginning really throws it off. It's brutal when that happens to an 1180. That's something that you don't want to be seeing at his level. And honestly, like, it's something as simple as you just misdo two cross pieces at the very beginning, and you realize, like, after you put in a couple F12 pairs, all I got to do an MU2M or M2 U2 M2, and you have to just basically recalibrate your whole solve, and it costs it costs like 2 seconds, honestly, and you got to recalibrate everything. Um, yeah, dude, I think this kid I borrowed a pair 2x2 from him at Agora Hills 2024. Something like that. Um, that's legendary. Things that, yeah, Zach. So I almost actually got my sub 3 average there, but I ended up getting a sub 3 average the next round. Crazy, crazy story. I don't know if we'll have time for that on stream, but I think I borrowed his 2x2 and almost got my personal best on that.
The
I was
Fedora
out.
is coming up for his next solve here.
Yep. Here comes Jeremy. He had that 9-second solve. And once again, he kind of ate the cost there just so he can be so he can learn a little bit more in a competition environment.
See if we can clutch up
I
here.
think he's going white cross here. Yes, he is. White, yellow cross solver. Um, Honestly, not a bad solve at all. That's a really fast fluid last layer. 716, best solve yet. He's gonna want, obviously he's capable of getting 5-second solves. We saw that in the first round. He had 2 5-second solves then. So he counted one. It's just a matter of, can he just do that more often? Can he do it consistently? As Michael Larson comes down for his next solve. And basic and Max Park is 2 groups away. Remember that. So we're almost onto his first group. We'll have another group, and then we have Max Park after that. So Max Park is 2 groups away as of now, kind of like 1.5 groups at this point. Yeah. So you'll probably be solving about 20 minutes. As
solving.
yeah, Michael Larson is going through his solve here. And 937 definitely better than that messed up cross he had in his previous solve. There's like an 11-second because of just like cross misalignment. That's brutal. And you don't want to have that affect the whole average. But yeah, Max Park is in 2 groups. Reminder of that. So look at that. Soup Timmy's in the background there. Another big celebrity in cubing walking around as Jeremy's down here for his 4th solve. Once again, very capable of 4s, very capable of 5s. Can it happen? Let's see.
Warming up, getting ready. You can tell he's just locked in. He's got that fire about him.
I don't see anything like crazy here. Goes yellow. Dude, wait a moment. He's gonna be able to preserved edges here, and he's pausing
Oh,
again. He's going for that ZB start. He's just trying to recognize ZBs here. He's ZB farming, if you may say. 884. He stood there, did a couple of U moves on the top layer, just looking to see if he can do a new algorithm and practice it in competition. I think he's full sending on just using this as a developmental average and not going for anything too crazy and just trying to learn and just be like, practice that recognition in competition with the cube, going for those ZBs. So yeah, I was like, he's just gonna sit back down. It looks like, um, you know, we're waiting with Max Park and going on in two groups from now. So yeah, yeah, and we're gonna go to our analyst Manu now. He was over in Vegas to talk a little bit about his ZBLL that just happened.
Now calling.
Yeah, hey there, everyone. So
Group two.
it looks like we're going to switch groups.
Three by three,
Jeremy
round
still
two,
has one
group
more solve.
two.
He's going to come up
Scrambling for
here.
this
As
group
he is,
will
I'm
be
going to tell you a little bit
Emil
about that last
Zarya,
ZB. That's a
Jeremy
tough
Palumbo.
ZB subset.
Trang,
That's a pie case. There's a
Michael
lot of
Newton.
edges, a lot of corners going
Once
on.
again, three by
Not
three, round
necessarily
two, group
easy.
two.
Let's see how he does in solve number 5.
Yeah, thank you, Manu. Right now, remember this is his last solve. He's got like 2 7s here. You try to count that, but at the end of the day, it's not going to really be that great. As he's already on the last layer, and that's going to be another 7. So 3 7s, 8 and a 9. But on that 8 and 9, he just kind of stood there and paused for ZBs. It's very obvious why he got those times the way he did. Um, 784 average, still very respectable. It's probably going to be second place still going into finals, unless actually, I mean, Dan Tran kind of has like a chance of getting past that. I mean, he had a 769 average in the previous round, so you could see Dan Tran maybe kind of going into that second spot going into finals here.
And that's why I want to bring up about Jeremy's performance in the first round. To your point, I do think he was trying to use the second round a little bit as a developmental average. Maybe trying some new things. That might have been why he was staring at the cube. Both those times. Just trying to see like, okay, how is this going to work? How is this going to work? And I think when we get to the finals, that's when you're really going to see him, start to lock in and really start to get some great times. But yeah, Dan definitely has a good shot here at potentially maybe getting ahead of Jeremy in the seeding as we go into the last round here.
Yeah, I mean, Dan, once again, if you're a 7 second solver, you're probably going to be able to have a decent chance to go basically head to head with Max Park, which going into finals, like they could affect a lot of things, in the overall placement of things. Max Park's probably going to win, but that second and third spot, it's very, very open at this competition.
Absolutely, absolutely. As we're waiting to go to our second group here for 3x3 second round, we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. This is the Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024. Welcome back to the second round of 3x3 solving at the Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024. We've got Dan Tran up right now, coming up for his first solve.
Yeah, kind of the story right now is Dan Tran got a 769 average in the previous round, and Dylan or Jeremy kind of left the door open with a high 7 average in this round. So we'll see if he can kind of just slide into that second spot as he went yellow cross and on to the white last layer here. It's kind of a slower solve, 945. So not that 769 average right off the bat. So people are kind of getting cooked so far in this second round. I don't know if it's something where the first round scrambles were just overall better, as Scoop Timmy here got an 890.
Timmy's pulling higher salts. We got Max Park, by the way, coming in the next group here.
Yeah, and in 3x3, his main shebang, if you may say. So once again, Dan Tran is what we're looking for. He's got a 769 average in the previous group, and right now 784 is the second place spot, preemptively, because we know Max Park is probably gonna get like a 6-second average in the worst case scenario. So that's what we're kind of looking for. Shane Grogan is up here. Shane got a 915 average in the previous round, so he's probably not gonna get anything too like in the podium range, if you may say. But anyway, decent, pretty solid 4x4 solver is lurking on the podium for 4x4 later today. But let's see what he can do here on his first solve. He kind of has a longer warm up routine, but yeah.
As he gets ready.
See, a lot of composure here, sitting down, chilling. You got 1 minute in order to compose yourself before the judge can stop you and DNF the time. Um, Yep, he's gonna go white cross here. Dude, honestly, what are that cube start, that timer start? Is that sus? Is that sus there?
I don't know. I didn't get a clear look at it,
I
but it
mean,
seems okay.
the thing is, like, honestly, um, I gotta get some rules analysis on that because I don't necessarily know how good a timer stops have to be. Because all right, to be honest, like the hands, like I feel like the fingertips should always be on the timer, but there it just like was kind of off. Um, I don't know. I just with the recent timer sliding scandals and
Are we
everything.
gonna have a Shane Grogan sliding controversy
I don't.
with this 9.69 solve?
Yeah. No, Shane's a cool guy and everything. I'm pretty sure he knows what he's doing as a delegate, but like it is
Dan
definitely
Fine.
interesting. Things because it's one of those rules that I just don't really know too much about. Um, no, it is. Uh, Yep, here we go. Pretty sure this is Dan Tran here. And whoa, really fast solve here. Here we go.
Great solve.
522.
522.
Dude, that's electric right there because 522 that opens the door a lot better for him to get into his average.
And I just want to say that 522, that is the fastest time for 3x3 we've seen all day, faster than Max Park's 525.
It technically ties Jeremy's 522 from the previous round, but other than that, like yeah, basically it's his tied fastest time right now. And a 522 that opens the door because you can basically count anything. So like if you get a 530, it's counting. 540, it's counting. As Kerry comes up here for his solve, um, now Dan Trans, the door is open right now, and that's the main thing. Is he had that 9, but that's a great bounce back you need. Get your confidence up. Feel like you can do anything. Here we go. But yeah, here we go, Kerry. Dude, honestly, this scramble is juicy. Dude, look at that. You got also like on the white cross, if you were to go there, there's a pair there. I wonder what solve number this is because if Dan Tran can lurk on that, that could be a spicy solve real quick. So this is number 3 right now, which means that this is what do you call it? That means that Dan Tran can actually he's gonna have a pair to work with in the scramble, which means that he could possibly skip a step in a 3x3 moment. So yeah, this could be real decent real quick. As here comes Shane Grogan doing his solve 9 earlier, 11 now. He's getting the Matthew Marinick territory for solving. That's not gonna be that good. I'll tell you that right now. But yeah, maybe able to win in Belize, but not able to win anywhere else. As we're gonna be hopefully getting Dan Tran up here in a moment with that 522. That was such a fast time.
That was a great time from Dan. And look, that's exactly what you need. When you have a first solve like Dan had, you want to bounce back and get that competitive energy back. And a 522, that's a great result. He's going to be locked in. He's
All
going
right.
to be ready.
Let's see the scramble here. So I think I saw a pair On this, yeah, see, look at that. Look at that. On blue red, he's got a pair, and he's gonna orientate himself into that position too. I think he can preserve this, and he does preserve it. So that does skip a step, but it doesn't look like he's got to look like a little bit of a dot case here.
Oh,
That's yeah, such a locky solve into an 836. So that's not what you want to see. He did do what I expected, which is have that preserve that blue red pair on the third scramble, but you know that's just going to cost him there. The thing is though, with that 522, you still have the door open to take up that second place slot. Like at the end of the day, Jeremy's time is not safe at all. And
absolutely. Yeah.
and it's like because when you have a 784 like Jeremy has, it's like, all you really need is like two sixes here and you're cooked a little bit to slide in right into that slot. So, I mean, what you got to be looking at right now is can Dan Tran get two sixes? That's going to put him into the second space spot. It's going to put him head to head against Max Park, and it's going to put him like way ahead of what people thought he would have been placing at. As Shane Grogan here is going into his third solve. Let's see if he can recognize that same pair situation that Dan Tran recognized and I was able to call out before. Let's see right here. Yeah, once again, the same scramble. He kind of notices it. I don't know if he's going to be flirtatious with it. We'll see if he is or not. It's kind of hard to maneuver it. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, there you go. He does. He is nice with it. This is honestly like a pretty nice solution comparatively to Dan Tran's. I wonder if Dan Tran did that solution, he would have gotten a faster time. I think that was a lot more ergonomic. It was able to preserve edges and everything too on the final cross. But coulda, woulda, shoulda. Uh, you know, Shane's gonna get his fastest time of the average so far while doing that. But yeah. Let's see what Dan Tran can do on his fourth solve. Once again, two sixes here is going to put him into the second space spot. Going to put him head to head against Max Park in finals. Still no sight of Dan as we get
We have a street feed here.
yeah, this is three. So we'll see what he can get. I don't know what solve number this is. Um, let's see if there's anything special here. Wasn't gonna say anything. The opts to go for yellow, so I don't know if there's anything that nice on white. Depends on what kind of scramble this is, though. What number it is. Pretty fast though, 950. Remember, Max Park is coming up in the next group, so you'll be able to see him coming up soon. Right now, we're looking at Dan Tran trying to take down Jeremy. Jeremy has a 784 average, and Dan Tran, if he gets a six here, because of the five he has and solve two, he'll be able to slide into that second place slot. So let's see what happens here. Decides to go for Red Cross. Bit of color neutral action going on. And honestly, it's decently smooth into a 754. So let's see how the numbers add up here. If he counts something like a low, I'd say a five-ish range, so 704 BPA.
Right.
But the thing is, though, is that requires cleaning a 522, which means it's definitely possible. As Soup Timmy's going through his solve here, but Dan's gonna have to get like a six flat probably or faster. That's my assumption going in. But the door is definitely open for Dan Tran to slide into that second place slot and face Max Park head to head in the finals, which would just be kind of a decently big upset comparatively to what we expected going in, thinking Jeremy's going to have that second place spot locked up just because he kind of, sold on two solves for ZBLLs.
Absolutely, but I still also think that even the way that Dan has been performing, I still think while Jeremy's position isn't secure, I don't think it's entirely Dan's for the taking. I think that we still have some, we have a lot of room to work with here. Kind of um, BPA around seven, and then I think the worst possible average was around 8.4 ish. So we're kind of looking around the middle here. So, but like you're saying, with Dan needing to get a six, it's kind of crucial.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. But another thing you got to think about too is that this is also still only round two. So at the end of the day, Jeremy's probably gonna go all out guns a blazing. He's not gonna sell himself out on two ZBLLs like he did in round two, um, to try to get himself a high place in the final round. And Shane Gurren gets a 789 on solve four. So, that's actually kind of impressive, and puts him up in the BPA for a sub nine average. If you can count a seven as carry over here, being like a 14. So, you know. I don't know what usually carry averages. He averages really good views on YouTube. That's all I know. Um, but here we go. Dan Tran, fifth solve. If he gets like a six flat here or not, he's able to get his way into the second place slot, going into finals to be able to put himself next to Max Park head to head. Let's see what happens here.
Remember, 784 is the average to beat that Jeremy put up in the first group.
There's nothing really too sexy here. I think you go yellow cross like he's doing. And he's actually able to get like a pretty good F2L pair slot in there. This is actually a really good stall. ZBLL, does he do it? 777? No, that's gonna be too slow in order for him to get past Jeremy. 789,
Oh,
dude, that was
five
so
hundredths
close.
of a second off, but Jeremy currently is still in the one position, looking ready to take on Max Park face to face.
Why was I absolutely lost with the numbers? He did not. He could get on like a 7 flat and would have been vibing with it. The thing is, I had my numbers, my math off. Yeah, dude, that was kind of exhilarating for no reason. Not gonna lie. Um, but yeah, dude, he almost was able to slide into Jeremy's second place slot, and that's kind of massive because that's stationary finals, right? So he's gonna be the one who's gonna be sitting on stream next to Max Park, um, into the final round. So, dude, it's probably not gonna be stationary finals as we got word of, but at the end of the day, like you're gonna be getting majority of your solves on next to Max Park on stream, which is just like a completely different mentality. It's a lot more fun to be solving that way. So,
Well, it's
you know,
also a lot more pressure because when you're sitting
yeah,
next to, you're sitting next to Max Park, you're trying to put on an absolute clinic. As we see, Timmy going in for another solve here.
yeah. Soup Timmy, if you don't know him already, millions of subscribers on YouTube, both across his US channel and his English channel, his Spanish channel. 781's actually pretty fast for Soup Timmy too. And he's kind of vibing with the camera. What does he say? Manu? What does he say? Manu?
Nice hair.
Nice hair. Dude, like legendary. Commenting on the hair, but doesn't comment on how goated our suits are as Shane Grogan's going to go into his final solve here. Remember, Max Park is competing in the next group. You don't want to miss that. The world record holder for 3x3 is going to be going on in just moments away from us right now. Here we go, Shane Grogan. He's got one more solve here.
He's calm. He's ready.
Dude, honestly, great way to preserve those pair edges. It might have been a bit too slow though. And
Grogan with a 939.
yeah, there we go. 939. Um, dude, here we go. Next time, next up, Max Park, right?
Max Park is coming. That'll be the end of the second group. We're actually, I mean, just look. I can't get over how close the race between Dan and Jeremy was thus far. I mean, really, 500ths of a second is such a small amount of time to process and really think about it. But you're gonna have some time to think about it as we go to commercial.
Hey, we are SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Welcome back to Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024, presented by SpeedCubeShop and West Coast Cubing. Going back to second round averages here, we just had Dan Tran attempt to take over the first place position, but unfortunately with a 789, he's 500ths of a second behind Jeremy Bullenbot, the Cubing Fedora. What do you want? What do you want to take away from this?
Dude, what I want to take away from this is Max Parks competing next. That's what I want to take away from all this. No, great. Dan Trent had a valiant effort. Honestly, a 522. That was crazy close. But we have a lot of crazy stories coming today. Obviously, Max Park is a single world record holder, but the average world record was broken earlier today. That was with at the Asian Championships. It was technically probably like a different day, different time zone because it's in Malaysia or whatever. But Yihang got a 409. He tied his own world record, and that's at a major championship. And something that Max Park has kind of had a monopoly over is a major championship experience and nerves amongst the new legion of cubers coming in. I mean, last World Championships, it was basically the first, major championship in which Timon really had a chance to win. Go in, he got third place. Yihang, the first major championship he really has ever been at, he got second place. And Max Park, with the amount of major championship experience with 2017, 2019, and 2023, able to hold on to that. And his consistency is always there. He got a 559 average in the first group here, our first round of 3x3 of this Vegas Cubing Cup. And, he's probably going to get another 559. But the main thing is, can we see him get those sub 5 averages that Yihang is able to do? And, he's gotten like one before with the 486, but he's not really been able to replicate that again. And NAR is 486. That's something to look out for. But
coming up to the table here, the moment is now. Max Park starting his first solve of the second round.
Yeah, 313 single. That right there is the world record. Still holds to this day. He's kind of barely hanging on to it, to be honest, though, because Yihang is coming up right behind him to snatch it from him. We'll see what happens here. Looking around a lot, which means he probably is not seeing too much. He's kind of going to, I think, decide here on, like, red cross, it looks like. I think that's what he's going for. No, goes for green cross instead. This is going to just be a solid 5-second solve here. And 635. Dude, that's what happens when you don't have the timer there, right there, to see that clearly. Decent estimate by me, but 635. It's not something you want to see from Max Park. I mean, he had a 608. They didn't count it all in the previous round. So he's probably like, in his head, he doesn't want to count that. You don't want to go into finals with a 6 seconds off. From what I've seen from Max Park solving in the past, he's a very emotional solver. 2023 US Nats, when he was in the semifinals. He actually ended up going into the finals of US Nats. They ended up winning in 2023 with what do you call it? A 20 with a mid 6 average, and he goes at 6th place was his seeding in. So I think for the most part, the having it where he can have good solves, he doesn't want to get on a bad track, because in his semifinal average, he ended up, letting it get to him, and it let him falter all the way down to 6th place in when that happened. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. You don't want to get any more bad solves from Max Park here, because I feel like another high 6, it can falter real quick. But he's also able to clutch. You've seen that before at Western Championships, but I don't think he's got much pressure from any other competitors, except he's got the pressure of himself, to be honest here.
Waiting for Max to come back up here. Got Shiloh Despin here.
Shiloh's mom makes great jewelry and stuff, sells them at the competitions too. Kind of legendary.
And Shiloh, it's a bit long. Yeah, 1019.
Yep, we remember, this is Max Park's group. He's got 4 more solves to go. 313 is the world record single. Definitely capable of beating it. Honestly, like just on a right scramble, he can beat it. He's obviously gotten before. We saw Yihang get a 409 average earlier today. You know, threes are flying around in the air. Can Max Park get another three? That's the thing. You know, it'd be really, really sweet. Max Park's gotten a couple threes, I think, in his career. You know, I'd love to see some sub fours coming. And I think honestly, that's what that's what we gotta. That's what honestly we need to see to kind of win a world championship at this point. If he
Oh yeah.
wants to go get a third one under his belt, he's got two so far. But at this point, you kind of need to have like a counting four. You need to have like a low five average at minimum in order to win a world championship. I think now. So Max Park with a six does not it's not a great sign for him personally. I'd say, but at the same time, you know. He's going to destroy this competition. He's going to destroy the Vegas Keeping Cup, but I know it disappoints him when he gets like sixes in his solves, and it does affect him a bit emotionally. So it's gonna be interesting to see how he's able to recover here in this average. He's
Let's see if we can lock in here.
yeah, see if he like using the Gen Z terminology. Looks like he's going for a green cross. Dude, I'm so bad at that. As he's going in for yellow. This is honestly, I think, also a longer one too. 646 G permutation. That's not what you want to happen. And that's what I'm saying. He's a very emotional solver. If he gets one bad time, it affects him. It takes it down and it takes his toll. I remember him like borderline in tears at 2023 US National Championships in the semifinal round because he got like a couple of sixes back to back to back.
We
Um,
have Alan Kuo, a relative newcomer from Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, 596 is a personal best time. It's amazing to see people just get 5 second solves, casually. Looks like he's kind of color neutral unless he's a red orange solver. The 818, not bad at all, especially for a 776 PB average. He could be hovering around that PR average area. Max Park, two sixes right now. The last time I saw that happen was in Western Championships where Max Shaw had door opening. And this is what you got to be thinking about right now with Max Park. Jeremy's personal best average is 627. Right now, both of Max's times are slower than than uh than Jeremy's. So
Yeah,
that's kind of crazy. The door is kind of open for Jeremy. Like there is a possibility. There is a world in which Max Park loses to Jeremy. It's a very small world, but there is
I mean, I know when we were getting ready for this broadcast, we were talking about Max Park on World Record Watch, but now I think the conversation, at least in 3x3, because he's cleared everything else, at least with 3x3, it's almost looking like we have a potential upset watch heading into finals. I mean, we're granted we could say this, and Max could just go on a tear for the rest of this round, but it'll definitely be interesting to see if Max can really clutch up, really lock in, and really rock it for the rest of the competition.
I mean, it's Jeremy who got a counting five in round one of 3x3, while Max has two sixes right now. I mean, you just got to be thinking about that for a moment. Literally, if Jeremy just gets one more six, you could actually be seeing a better round one average than Max Park round two average at the pace Max Park is going right now, which is just an absurd thought to think about going into finals of the Vegas Cuban Cup with cash prizes on the line. Here comes Max Park up for his third solve. Is he able to recover from these two sixes, or is it just going to let it get to him and keep going downhill? Let's see if he's able to get a five. That would extremely boost his confidence and everything. Four would be even better. Three would be extraordinary. Let's see what happens here.
Max Park is gonna he's about to rip off like a sub three. He's looking at the scramble, looking for something.
Yeah,
He's
there's
ready.
no pairs or anything that's obvious right off the bat. Yeah, and that's again 599. Like I think that, like if that number hits a six, it's gonna have a like emotional like effect on Max. This is definitely better, but I don't think it gets him out of the situation he's in right now. I mean, you're thinking like it's probably gonna be a mid six average at the rate he's going, which is not something he likes at all. And he's very, very competitive with himself, and that's the main thing that could really affect a solver going into the finals, especially.
So Allen comes in with a 10-10.
Yeah, I mean, Allen, I mean, he's gotten fives before, so he's obviously like this is not something you want to see, like basically like double the amount of time. But yeah, dude. that Max Park can he get out of the sixes? And that's something that's just kind of crazy. It's just like, is that going to really beat Yihang? I mean, that's the thing. Is that really going to beat Yihang? And the main thing is this is what Dylan Miller talks about all the time. Who from the US can compete against, against, Timon and Yihang and Zhuan Yi and all these top up and coming solvers that are coming out of China and honestly throughout the rest of the world, even Timofey from Europe. There's no US solver that's going to come in and do that. Max Park is focusing more on big cubes. He's doing FTO later today. And right now he's getting 6 average right now. I mean, that's a bit fatalistic. What I'm saying though is, you know, you don't see Yihang getting 6 averages at random competitions. And as an outlook into the world championships, like what does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, especially, I mentioned this a little bit on plus three. I think this might have been the first episode of plus three. I can't remember if it was the first episode or one that we didn't put out. Um, you know, Manu and John thought I was crazy for thinking that a sub four average was going to come quicker than a sub three solve. Well, look at what Yihang is doing. Yihang, it seems like every day the bar gets raised more and more. And I think that, you know, while, look, Max is probably still the most talented and balanced cuber outside of like Timon, you know, um, but going into worlds, especially like, registration's coming up, um, he's definitely got to lock it in a little bit. And a 6 average is not going to beat Yihang. It's not going to beat Timon. It might not even beat some other NA cubers. But we know with Max, like, greatness is bound to happen.
Yeah. And here we go. Dude, there is a pair on white here that he could use that. Let's see if he does anything with it though. But you do see that white pair. No, he goes orange cross. So he avoids that. And dude, I mean, let's see what that is. A 732. I'm telling you, he's an emotional solver. It's really affecting him right now. And honestly, if you count a 7, like you're in high sixes at this point, which is like not something. I mean, a 672 is what you're counting. And like once again, for Jeremy, that door is open. I mean, like once again, like if we're having a door open against Max Park, it just needs to be like the best you can hope for is a crack. But like that's the best you can hope for if you're trying to winning a competition with cash prizes on the line type deal. As um
Alan records
yeah.
a 953. Look, I mean, if I'm Jeremy right now, I'm excited. I'm genuinely excited because there's a real chance. Now, like you're saying, with Max Park, the gap between him and everyone else, there is a gap. We're not going to sit here and pretend that there isn't. He's one of the best to ever do it. But you know, there's a chance that could you imagine being the guy who has a chance to beat Max Park at 3x3? Now, it's not going to be easy, especially if Max takes a little bit, and he especially look, he's very momentum based. If he gets a good solve, he's gonna go on a tear. There's no question about it. If Max Park starts off or just at any point, gets a really good solve, that's gonna help. I think that helps for anybody. You're talking about Max being an emotion based cuber, but I think everyone's kind of emotionally based in that. To some extent, you don't want to see yourself getting times that you know are below your average because you can do better and it makes you want to compete harder. It's just whether or not it translates to competing harder or maybe allowing more mistakes to, come in.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, the thing is, like, once again, Max Park, he's still like the best in the world. He's still got the 313. He's still, able to just be dominant. So the thing is, like, he can easily just get a 3-second solve here, and like, it's not out of the realm of possibilities. There's a low chance, especially when he's in this state as he is right now, coming off a 7. Like, this could, like, it could be rough. It could be rough for Max, but if anybody could do it, it'd probably be him to get out of a rut like this. Like you said, everyone is emotional to some extent. So like, you know, it, it it's gonna be tough to get out of it and to get a good solve, get yourself some confidence to go back into finals. But if he ends on a bad solve, like going into finals, he could be really shook.
We
And
got Alan Quo coming up here.
Allen going through his solve. Red last layer, and actually decently fast, I think, for the most part. 8:45 is his second fastest time of the average. Is Max Parks here on his on his final solve. Remember, he just got a 7, which is not what you want to be dealing with here. Decently fluid, but that was a long last layer. 664.
664.
Dude, and that's mid six right there. And once again, if Jeremy has his PR average, or even just slightly slower than his PR average, 649, very, very beatable. And that's something to be kind of like, decently like if you're Max Park, that's something to be kind of that's it's a bit teetery for you. Like you don't like being in that position. He's not used to being like, on the hot seat at one of these local competitions. But one of the things that like is kind of shocking, if you were to tell me that Dan Tran going into like 3x3 round 2 is gonna have the fastest time of this round, I would have thought you were Martin Telesforo because I thought you would have been lying. And that's the thing is just like at the end of the day, like you know y- a 522 from Dan Tran is like the fastest time. And that's the thing is Max Park is human. At the end of the day, he is human. You know, and he's a two-time world champion, but he's human. And that's the thing is that like there is some, wiggle room here for someone like, you know, Jeremy to slide in there, and he got 784 average, but the thing he's capable of a 627,
Yeah.
and he's sold out on 2 ZBLLs. So you have to be thinking that Jeremy has a small shot of it. And that's the thing. And people are saying in the chat right now, bro is not locked in. Yeah, he wasn't locked in. And that's the thing. Is he going to be locked in the finals? He's got to recover in these in-between events. And we see people like Luke Greiser at NAC finals. Obviously, this isn't NAC finals. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, it's a pretty big deal because the cash prize is on the line. But it's you know for Max Park, you don't necessarily like the confidence. Like you're a world champion. You want to win every competition you set yourself out to. As Alan, is this Alan?
Yeah, yes,
Yeah,
this
this
is
is
Alan.
Alan on
This is
his last
Alan
solve here.
Quo with his 5th solve here.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, this is like pretty decently solid here too. The last layer kind of made it a bit slower, but
741.
yeah, um, yeah, no, yeah, the thing is just like at the end of the day, like, you Luke Reiser at NAC finals, he ended up just not competing in every single event just so to focus on the 3x3. And I'm not saying Max Park should do that, but it's something interesting in cubing where it's like you got to clear your head. It's that principle of like, hey, dial in, lock in, like the chat is saying, and make it so you don't get some, high sixes, get a 7 in 3x3 finals. And Max Park just heavily wants to avoid that. And I'll guarantee you that one, especially as a very emotional solver as he is. Yeah.
Well, hey, next up, we're gonna have 4x4 finals coming up here in Vegas, but we got to go to commercial. Don't go anywhere. This is Vegas Cuban Cup Fall 2024.
CubersLive is your home for all things speedcubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Miller, Maddie Nava, Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speedcubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Welcome back to the Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024, presented by SpeedCubeShop and West Coast Cubing. We're getting locked in for the 4x4 final. We've got Dan Tran and Max Park coming up here. Tran on his first solve.
Yeah, so he's a very much a lap solver. So this is one of the things we'll get those overheads adjusted to be tilted down a bit so we can see his solves better. But Dan Tran, he's kind of, I would say, like miles better than the third place seed. Um, he's a couple seconds faster, which is kind of a little bit like a mile in cubing. And then Max Park is kind of like a couple miles ahead of like everybody. So thing is, Max Park's kind of absolutely cracked at 4x4. A 31.99, that might be opening the door for third place. It's kind of sneak in a bit if you look at Shane Grogan's 30-second PR average and everything like that.
Not to
All
mention
things
Michael
considered.
Larson and Jeremy as well.
Yeah.
Remember, even Muthing was ahead of Grogan when he did his 4x4 earlier.
Yeah. So, we got Max Park is going to be competing on the other side of him. We'll see when he comes up for his solve then too. Max Park, once again, world record pace, 1938 is what we're looking at for world record average. And then I think it's 15 something for world record single at the end of the day. So
So unfortunately having some, oh, there we go.
So Max Park here he goes. Right now he is, we're looking at that around that 19-second mark. That's what we're going for right now. If you're Max Park, that's the world record he wants to hunt down. And honestly, we're already, I think, on the 3x3 stage in the last layer area. This could be a sub 20 if we get the parities right, and we got PLL parity there, and we're into 2189. So it's going to be tough to chase down any kind of world record. He's going to win this competition by a long shot. But once again, he's coming off of the effects of 3x3. Right now, 3x3, that's taking a toll on his mind. If I know Max Park is a solver, it's taking a toll on his mind. He is very, very emotional and can affect the rest of his competition. He does not like losing to himself, basically. He knows he can beat everyone here, but he has certain standards for himself that are very, very high. And if he doesn't meet those, it takes an effect on his solves. So, it's gonna be super super interesting to see that. Dan Tran is gonna come in here for his second solve.
We have Manu adjusting the overhead for Dan's next solve here. Making sure everything's all right. Looks like we are ready to go.
Yep, and here's Dan inspecting his cube right now. Yeah, Dan had a 31-second solve previously, and that can open the door for some people from the third place spot to come for his times. He's top 50 in the world for 4x4, so it's something he would want to maintain that second spot next to Max Park. And this is actually not too shabby solve here. Depends on how fast he can get for 3x3. Remember, he had a 5-second solve for 3x3 earlier. It's a bit harder on a 4x4 to do 3x3 stage. And this could be a 26-second solve here, and that's what it exactly is.
26-7 from Dan Tran.
Yeah. So now the number crunching becomes a little bit more spicy. It's like a 31 and a 26 that he's got going on for him right now. So yeah, 31.99, 26.72. Those are the two solves. Max, we're waiting for him right now. Where's Max at? That's a kind of the question. Here it comes. It's coming back up. He does this kind of thing a little bit, even when everyone else is stationary and people are just kind of chilling and sitting there. He likes going back and forth. I think it clears his head for him, so he likes walking around a little bit in the back, going back to the competitor solving area. That last time I was in Vegas, he was doing the exact same thing too. So, all right, here we go. Max Park, second solve. Can he get something inspirational to help him out in his other events later today? Because he can't let that 3x3 average previously like break him down, but he's got to get something inspirational to get him out of that rut. Here we go. Max Park. Once again, 19 seconds is where he probably wants himself to be around right now. Anything below that would be very, very nice, and it'd get him really motivated. And here we go. He's got some kind of parity situation. 1949. You see that fist pump. That's classic for Max. He's starting to get some confidence back. He's very happy about that. And honestly, 1949, if that's counting, if he gets rid of that 2189 and you continue with 1949 and around that time, 1938's world record average. That's what you gotta be thinking about right now with Max Park here on the line. So
Definitely got to be thinking about it. Yeah, and I think that solved that 1949. I I have a feeling that's going to start carrying him as we see Manu getting into shot, dangerously standing on a chair. Not exactly advisable behavior from a junior delegate of the WCA, but you know, whatever. But I, I think that it's definitely going to be. Yeah, it was just a very clutch and very crucial solve, I think, for Max, and I think it's going to help him get back into this. And I hope that we can see some more sub 20s from him as the final continues here.
yeah, and Max's 1949, like that's a time that can really get him, you know, get him going. And if he gets dialed in and if he's able to dial in from his previous you know, 3x3 average, it's gonna be electric. So yeah, it's gonna be very, very interesting to see if he can get on world record pace real quick here. Especially if you just continue with more 19s. You just got down with low 19s. And honestly, if he just gets like 1910, 1910, and like something that can count that, like you're already at world record. Like it's crazy. And honestly, like he's capable of world record single too, which is in the 15-second area. So it's just like, you know, just anything can happen because it's Max Park. He's the best speedcuber alive right now in terms of 4x4 and like basically even like argument for like everything. So here he goes into his third solve. He's not moving that much right now, which from his dad says Schwan Park says if he's not moving, that means he sees something great. And here he goes. He hasn't flipped up yet. Now he does at 9 seconds. That's going to be a little bit on the slower side. He kind of slips a little bit with his finger, which is kind of dangerous there. Yeah, this is not looking the nicest with a OLL parity and a PLL parity too. That's going to kill it. That's a 23-second solve. You have to count 217s basically at this point for world record average, which once again, if anybody can do it, it's Max Park, but it's gonna be really hard to do that. I'm not gonna lie. But who knows? I mean, once again, you got you got chances at some of the greatest some really great singles and everything still with Max. Dan Tran, here he goes. He does not want to leave the door open when it comes to letting third place people slide in. We're at this point, this is the finals. You want to make sure you can solidify um that second place time. So he had that 26 earlier, which is very, very good. You want to get another 26 here. I think another 26 almost has it clinched for him, even though he's got two more solves after. And he's already kind of done with um, a lot of the solve up to this point. And 3x3 stage at 20 seconds. That's very good. No OLL parity. Here we go. This is gonna be another 26, 27-second solve. 27.92. That is exactly what you want. I think Dan Tran's almost got this locked up. And I don't know what Shane's solving. I don't know what these other people are solving, but you got a counting 27 right now. That's elite. And honestly, worst case scenario, you count like a 32, even with that, this could be sub 30, and you have nobody else who's gotten a sub 30 average up to this point. Dan could have second place locked up pretty quickly here with a fourth solve. I think he's borderline on pace to clinch right now.
Yeah,
I think Speedcubing TV is calling this race.
Speedcubing TV calling the race. Look, I mean, I still think you can have some hold out some hope for Michael Larson and Michael Muthing and Shane Grogan and Jeremy and all those guys to maybe overtake Daniel if they get like a couple good solves in. But the way that Dan's performing right now, considering he's the only other guy with a 30-second average, it's pretty undisputed right now.
Yeah, I mean, he had a 28-second average in the first round. So we kind of knew this going in already. But the thing is, like, once again, you just got to fend off all those third place people who could slide in. Shane Grogan come in, he's got a 30-second average. If you get a 31-second average because you get a couple bad solves, you get a lot of parity, you're leaving the door open. But he's really shutting them out right now, and that's what you'd like to see out of Dan Tran here to try to lock up that second place spot.
Absolutely, absolutely, and we're waiting for Dan and Max's next solve. Matt, let me ask you, who do you think when we kind of get through the rest of the solves here for 4x4, who do you think might have a bit of a surprising result? Do you think
A surprising result? Honestly, I think it's probably Dan Tran. I think you saw him a couple of times get into like the lows. I mean, you have a 26, a 27, and I saw him like kind of in like last layer around the top. Like I could see, I mean, borderline 26-second average out of Dan Tran here. Um, if he gets 225s, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibilities. He could be very surprising. And then Max Parks also could be very surprising, all the time too. You never know with him, get a couple 16s. Dude, he could get a 15 for all I know too. But I think the surprising results come out of those top two people. I mean, I think there's gonna be a lot of fluctuation out of like the third place. You might see like a random you know, Michael Larson come back from the dead a little bit in 4x4 to take the third spot, or even Lachane Grogan a bit. But yeah, so right now we're waiting for Max's and Dan's cubes to be scrambled right now. We're hearing that there's a couple of miss scrambles going on, so we want to clear that up. That's one of the big things, honestly, with even like 4x4 for the most part, is that like you don't want to have any miss scrambles, especially when Max Park's on world record pace. I had to scramble 3x3 one time in Vegas. That's scary because if you miss scramble that cube, you know, you get all the hate for that. Oh, why can't the scramblers figure it out? Why can't all this stuff? You want to make sure the process is good. You want to make sure, that's what the WCA professionalism too. You want to make sure everything's good to go. As Max Park, his cube is finally scrambled. He's getting ready to go for his fourth solve. Right now, he's got that 19. At this point, he's gonna win. That's the reality of it all. As long as he doesn't get anything less than a 20, more than 25 here. I mean, even that, like, not anything more than a 30 here, he's gonna be winning it. The main thing is, can he get a 16? Can he get a 15? Can he do something absurd? And at Max Park, he probably can. So here he goes into his fourth solve here. It's always crazy his turn speed, how fast he just goes. There's no pauses whatsoever as he's going into 3x3 stage into his last layer. That is very, very fast. And here we go. That's a 17-second solve.
Oh,
17:29.
nice.
And what did I say before? Now, this is the BPA. Could be like very, very, very spicy. 1956. All right. That's so heartbreaking a little bit, just because dude, you never know what could have happened. As here he goes, Dan Tran here. He's gonna probably get, OLL parity already. And this is what I'm saying. He could probably get 27-second solve about here. I think he might hit another parity too to get him a 28. But I'm saying it's not shocking for him to get these 20-second averages. He had a 28 average earlier. He could. The thing is, if that was just a little bit faster, he probably could be lurking on a 26-second average. But at this point, it's 27.80. So not much better than his first round average. But Max Park BPA 1956. That's very, very, very fast. And honestly, that wins major championships, and that's why Max Park is still considered the GOAT in many realms. And at this point, I think he's out of his slump from 3x3, and I think he's getting his confidence back. And that's something that's could be pretty electric going into 3x3 finals. And I think you'll see a major differences in his solves in the upcoming finals because Max Park is just that good. Once again, 1571 is that world record single we're going for. 1938 is his world record that he currently holds. So it'll be very, very interesting to see Max Park, if he's capable to just get a world record single here. That 15 that getting a 1956 average is already electric to begin with. You're just thinking to yourself, if there's one less parity on that 21-second solve or something like that, he's literally a world record pace right now. And that's the part that kind of is like, it's a little bit aggravating because it's like you're just getting hit with parodies, but you also got blessed with no parody. So there's some duality to it too on that 17-second solve. So here he goes. Final solve here for Max Park. Can you get a 15 or something like that? That's gonna be very, very interesting to see. If anybody can do it, it's obviously him. He's ahead of the competition by miles. So all right, here we go.
Gets locked in.
Yep, he's very much locked in at this point, and he's just kind of looking around, vibing a bit.
Don't know if he sees something or not.
Yeah. No, so I mean, at this point, he's still not flipped yet, and it's at 8 seconds. Now he's flipping at like 9. I don't think this is going to be anything too special. This is probably going to be like up into the 21-second range to some extent, if that. So here we go. Actually, a pretty nice last layer that's going to be able to give him to a 20-second average. So, or 20-second solve. So he's going to end up getting a little bit of like a
20.54 average for Max Park there.
And once again, honestly, a great performance. And I kind of like to believe that could possibly win a major championship too, and everything. But given a rough start, given having to fight out of his own mental barriers, that's not bad. And I'm pretty sure this is Dan Tran here, going through his solves. It was like at 23 seconds has OLL parity, and I think this is trying to be nice with a ZBLL, but he's not. He's got PLL parity, 30.91. That's going to give him on the higher end of his his average range, and that's gonna get him a um
2920 average for Dan Tran coming in the 4x4 final.
Yeah, that's probably gonna lock it up unless like Shane Grogan get a PR average or something. He's probably got that second place locked up. Um, Great way to just kind of solidify it and get that placement points. I mean, you're going for cash prizes right now, and placement matters. And that's the thing is like in this Grand Prix, that's how the system works, and that's what's going on. Um, I think all the solvers here should be good for 4x4. So what do we have next coming up, Rosman?
Next up, I believe, and then I'm checking my schedule here. We have the one-handed final coming up next. Uh, Again, is going to be another big max dominated event. But I also want to point out, like, that race for the second place spot between Jeremy, Dan, and Anthony Telford. Remember, Anthony J. Telford put up a PR average and a PR single today with one-handed, kind of coming a little bit out of nowhere to really, throw his name into, that sort of silver medal competition. But we got one-handed coming up. We're going to go to a break now. Uh, this is Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024, presented by SpeedCubeShop and West Coast Cubing.
Hey, we are SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
CubersLive is your home for all things speedcubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan, Millard, Maddie Nava, Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speedcubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Welcome back to the Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024 here on SpeedCubeShop. We've got the one-handed final for 3x3 coming up, and I know we've talked a lot about Max Park today, but we're going to talk about him some more. Matt, like going back to the first round where Max just had a commanding lead on this event, hovering around, a high 8 average. Like, what else can we see from Max today? What can we see from him in this event?
I mean, I think the story of today is just, the difference between a confident Max Park and an unconfident Max Park. And you see that the difference between, his ending solves of 4x4 when he gets a 17 and even his OH average where he gets an 8-second average. Like, you could tell he's loving it. He's vibing with it and everything. Whereas 3x3, he like starts getting sixes. He starts getting mad at himself. He starts getting a 7, and you just end up with a higher 6 average than he ever would really want for himself. So the thing is, what we're looking at right now is, all right, he's coming off of a little bit of confidence. I heard it was a straight electric in the venue when he got a 17-second solve. People were crowding Max Park's solve station. It's an exciting moment. That's stuff that he can feed off of. And if he's already coming off of an 8-second average in, 3x3 one-handed, could we be looking at an NAR? Could we be looking at something that he can, make something special out of these events? He had 4 8-second solves in 3x3 one-handed in the first round. If the scrambles are there, if the vibes are there, and he's feeling confident with it, I think you could see something that's special out of him right now.
Absolutely. And as we go into the final here, I also want to quickly mention the second place. The battle for second place right now is pretty intense. I mentioned this as we have the cubing Fedora Jeremy Bullenbot coming up. Jeremy, Dan Tran, and Anthony J. Telford are all kind of in a dead heat for that second place spot as Jeremy gets ready for his first solve.
He's taking a long time of inspection here. I don't think he really likes what he's seen too much. Sometimes that could be okay though, as this is actually not, I feel like, a terrible solve for him right now, and that's a 1038. And once again, this is actually once again, so now this is the thing: is Max Park confident or is he not? If he's not feeling confident, we saw him at North American Championships get a 10-second average. We saw him at Western Championships get a 10-second average. For a local competition that this may be considered, this is probably the biggest one you could possibly ever have. And that's because right now, the only other 2 times we've seen in recent history Max Park get a 10-second average is at high pressure events. And right now, this is top cash prizes, right? At this event, the Vegas Cubing Cup. And that's something to be thinking about when it comes to, Max Park and, what he could possibly be doing right now in 3x3 one-handed finals.
We actually had Anthony do his first solve as well. Anthony came through with a 13.48, little bit below average from the first round. He wants to probably tighten that up a little bit. Jeremy's first solve, though, that's his highest on the day, or his best on the day. 1038. His previous best was a non-counting 1096. Jeremy is really putting in, you can really tell throughout this whole competition he is locked in.
Yeah.
And we're going to Max Park right now.
Yeah.
His first solve.
Once again, can we see some 8-second solves here? That's what we're wondering. And he's pretty fast right off the bat here. Dude, this is a great solve. And F permutation is going to kind of kill it a bit. I'm not going to lie. 877, though. Here we go. 862, right? That's North American record. Dude, he's wiping the sweat off his brow. Dude, he can be really confident with it. We've got a confident Max Park, I feel like, that we could be lurking on right now. 877. That's something that something special could be a brewing right now.
We've got Anthony up. Anthony. Ooh, it almost looked like the cube slipped a little bit there. Anthony with the 14,809.
Yeah, but last layer, unfortunate. And honestly, looking back at the Max Park solve, that was a unfortunate last layer too. An F permutation in an 877, that is hard to do one-handed. I'm not the most expert one-handed solver, but that is very, very hard to do. If that's a J perm, if that's anything that's two gen, like just R and U moves where you can spam that, that's a low, low eight. And the fact that Max Park is able to do an F perm and still get an 877, that just shows the caliber of where he's solving at. And we have an NAR on the line right now. And here we go
We've got
with
Dylan.
Dylan.
We've got Dylan coming up here.
Remember, he's a ruse solver, so he's going to be using a different method than everyone else. He's going to create two blocks, one on the left, one on the right. He's going to be using a bunch of M and U moves on the last layer to finish up the solve. So, yeah, this is not looking that great, as those are all the M and U moves that he's coming in here using that table to get that in. 1543. He is not happy with that. He knows he can get into that 12-second range, and that's not it. Now, here's something interesting. Jeremy, if he just consistently gets tens and keeps on putting it on the board, he puts himself in a great spot for second place. And if Max Park messes up the rest of his average, puts him in a great spot for first place. Let's see what happens here. This is looking kind of decent so far. And here we go. Last layer. And it's a little bit lucky at the end. That's going to cost him like half a second. Once again, 11:36. That's not bad by any means here. That's something great. He's also trying to just shut down anybody else in the second place spot, and he's doing a great argument for that. Remember, last time he only won by like about a half a second. There's three people in the 12-second range last time, and in order to gatekeep second place, he's got to keep on fighting for it. And I think he's doing a great job of that. Max Park 877 on the first solve. Here we go into the second solve right now. He's moving the cube around a lot, which means, according, to my inside sources, that means he's not really seen too much. And he goes for a white cross here. He's kind of using the table a lot to get himself positioned. And, here we go. It's going to be a 9-second solve. 963. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. If he gets two sevens, it's countable. It's countable. But the thing is, like, you have to get two sevens with that. Once again, we've seen people do this before. And, that's the thing, though, is like just getting two sevens is just really, really hard. If anybody can do it, it's probably going to be Max Park. But that's the thing we've been saying.
We have Anthony Telford here coming up on his next solve. See if he can lock it in a little bit better. Get closer to that PR average that he posted in the first round.
Oh,
12.70.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, once again, he's not going to be able to touch Jeremy right now. Jeremy's got a 10 and 11. And right now we got 13, 14, 12. He can get into that third place spot. I don't really know, because Dan Tran is like, he's kind of, vibing around that 12-second range for the most part. And that's a little bit out of what Anthony's doing. Here comes Jeremy. Remember, 10-second solve, 11-second solve. Dude, if he gets like a 9 here, he can be really vibey with it. I'm just saying, like, and honestly, what's his PR? Let's pull that down. James, you got that? Jamie, you got that? But dude, it's very much a possibility here for him to do. He's taking a lot of time right now. It's very important to him. You can tell he's like a little bit. He knows, he's aware of good solves that could happen. A 10-21 average PR average. Okay, so he's got to get a couple of 9s here if he wants to get PR. But he's capable of 8s. That's something that's interesting. This is way, he can't even get the cube moving right now. That's gonna kill the solve. This solve is done basically midway through, which is very sad. Very nice last layer in terms of the cases. You get a
1508 is not what you're looking for.
No, and the thing that sucks about that is that now he has to be on alert. He can't just, put his guard down, because if he counts a 15, he's almost like basically in the second place and out of the second place into the third place spot, if not even out of podium entirely, because you got hounds of people being able to get 12-second solves. You got to keep yourself in that 10, 11-second range if you're Jeremy right now. And that's not something he's doing with that solve. So here we go. We're back to Max Park. He should be coming up right here. He's got an 8-second solve. He's got a 9-second solve. Can he get a couple? If he get a couple low eights is what he needs in order to position himself well for an NAR. He's got an 877 already that he can count. He's gotten 4 8s in the previous round. Is he able to clutch out this average into an NAR? Let's see if he can position himself well. He's kind of seems like he's committing to something. You can tell he's revolving around at one point of the cube. feel like the start was a little
Oh,
locky, but he's able to dude, this is kinda decent. Is this gonna be another 8? No, it's gonna go into the 9-second range. 991, which means you're gonna have a count of 969. So if my math is gonna correct, it's gonna have to be like some low sevens, I'd say about if you want a podium, not podium, if you want to get NAR in that regard.
Anthony coming up for his next solve. Ooh, he fumbles the cube a little bit there.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is not it.
he's kind of fumbling around a lot of bit right now. Yeah,
The
he's out of he's
17.46. He is definitely
he's out of podium contention at this point. You're gonna have to be getting 12s. You know that 3 people got 12s around the podium mark. So Anthony's out of the conversation right now when it comes to that. Jeremy here, he needs to get something better than that 15 earlier. He wants to get that second place spot. In order to get that, you're gonna have to be around, probably around a 12-second solve here if you really want to get that more locked up. If not, you want to get an 11 maybe. Here he goes into his solve. This is honestly not terrible at all. That's got really nice into that last layer. And here we go. What is that? 973.
973.
That's exactly what you want if you're Jeremy right now. And what that does is that allows you to clutch it up a bit.
Hey, I want to quickly inform everyone that we do have some data coming in from some other one-handed solves. Michael Larson with a 14.8 average, Dylan Govic with a 13.04 average, and Dan Tran currently in the lead with an 11.84 average, but that's probably going to change pretty quickly here.
But that's the thing that sucks about that 15-second solve from Jeremy is that because he has a 12-second worst possible average, and having that just that 15, which means if you Q pop, you're screwed. If you DNF, you're screwed, and you have to get it completely flushed out. And here comes Max Park, or I ran the numbers on this one here. 743 is what he needs to count in order to get NAR. So you need 2 sub 743 times. Let's see if Max Park can do it here. It's gonna be very, very hard to do. But once again, Max Park's Max Park. Let's see if he can clutch up. Dude, this is very fast. Can he? Oh, dude, it's just past the time. Honestly, that last layer kind of killed it a bit. He got to those like that final algorithm like 450, 5 seconds. He had a chance at that 977. Once again, like we're talking about like a 939. Like that's major championship quality, and Max Parkin is very much still in contention to be a world champion in the terms of OH, which is very impressive to see so long into his career, which is just a very, very impressive. But that's why he's a GOAT.
Yeah, we're going to come back to Anthony Telford's last solve here, I believe. Just trying to make something happen.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is like that he's not going to be able to get anywhere close to being on the podium because I mean 13:00 or 11 he's basically going to have Jeremy fail. I mean, it's impossible at this point. Here comes Jeremy. So the thing about Jeremy is that 15-second solve is a thorn in his side. He can't let that count. Right now 1184 is the current second place spot and he wants that second place so bad. Here he goes. This is looking pretty solid. Just get a 13 and get out.
Pretty solid.
Oh, last layer is a bit locky there.
Oh, he's got it.
All right. That should be enough to get him into that second place spot. 1150. He is clear. That is so close out to 1184. Dude, if he knew how close that would have been so stressful. He needed around like a 13-second solve to do it, and he was just able to squeak it out. Dude, crazy stuff going on here in the final round of OH, the Vegas Cubing Cup Fall, the final competition in the circuit of the Vegas Cubing Cup with cash prizes on the line. Max Park, he's got one more solve here. It's going to be a low 9 to a high 9. He's going to win. That's what's going to happen. But, dude, very, very crazy situation going on for that second place spot.
Here comes Max coming up for his final solve here.
Yeah, and the thing about Max here is like, obviously like a 5-second solve gets some world record single. That's very, very hard to do. He's capable of it, but it's a very rare chance. But there's a possibility of that. Honestly, some fireworks to get him hyped up for 3x3 finals. That could go a long ways. If he gets a 7-second solve, you get the crowd cheering, you get him around the cube station, that could be electric. And here he goes. moving the cube a lot around a lot, using a lot of table abuse into a ZBLL almost. I'd say, but he's going to break it into the two separate algorithms, 969 to finish up. You know, very solid 970. I don't think you really complain about that too much of your max park. It's basically just like an
Yeah.
average, I'd say. And like, you had an 8-second average in the previous round. You just got to continue momentum into the finals for 3x3. You don't want to let Jeremy, sneak up on you if you're Max Park, and steal a win from you, basically. And that's the thing is that, like, last round with Max Park getting a mid-6 average and Jeremy, he's capable of getting those mid to low 6 averages. That's got to be scary. And that's got to be weighing in the back of Max Park's mind right now.
Yeah, we're gonna have the 2x2 finals up next. I want to quickly go back to the results for WCA, the one-handed results, real quick. Uh, uh, just really looking at this and looking at like how close Dan and Jeremy's results were. Yeah, you see up on the screen, the podium is likely to be once Max and Shane Stata gets put in. The podium is likely to be Max Park taking the event, Jeremy Villenbot in second, and Dan Tran in third. Yeah, when you look at like Dan solves, they're a lot more consistent, but it was just the slightest bit slower. That 15-second time from Jeremy really just it like you said, if he knew how close everything was, the pressure would have been so massive.
Yeah, and that's one of the greatest dualities about cubing is that, like, Luke Reiser, when he got his come on moment at NAC where he's able to get his 5 second solve. And it's like he didn't know that he came like 0.1 second away from like being off the podium. And that's something where it's like that can greatly affect a cuber and just knowing that knowledge. And it's gonna be crazy to see like possible formats in the future where that toys with people and that plays around with people and messes with their head. And it's gonna be it's one of those things in sports with like knowing what you have to get versus not knowing what you have to get. And it's interesting because it's like if Dan Tran knew he had to get slightly faster and he didn't get like a 12 on one of these, that's something it's interesting going into the future of cubing.
Well, hey, we're going to be back in Vegas in a little bit with the 2x2 final coming up. Don't go anywhere. This is the Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024 presented by SpeedCubeShop and West Coast Cubing.
Manu's kind of lost in the sauce right
Manu's
now.
lost in the sauce. We thought we were going to a commercial break. Don't know where Manu is. We're still waiting.
But it's honestly like cool vibe right now when it comes to everything. I think what is like I mean here's the thing, 2x2 finals is gonna be kind of interesting. The thing that's interesting, oh dude, 2x2 finals is happening like right now. Okay. That's
Okay,
probably why Manu
that's
by
probably all right. We're going right into 2x2 finals. When he said it was up next, it was up next.
yep.
So we've got Jeremy in on 2x2 right now. Jeremy placed fourth in the first round with a 284 and a 2.06. Not bad. Now, what we're really going to be, we got Dominic Shoji coming up. What we're really looking for in the 2x2 round, uh, obviously Dominic, Jeremy, both big players. Dan is really the favorite to win here, along with Cy Hamilton. Um, but right now, Dan has a solid lead, and Dominic with a 6.7. Not what you want on a 2x2.
Yeah.
And he knows that's not what he wanted.
Dude, this is where it gets kind of fun for me, at least. I'm a 2x2 main back in the day. I'm the champion in I won You Better Believe It 2023. You know, 2x2 is my main event. I've got like a 285 average. So it's gonna be interesting to see what I can see here. And I'll try to get you best analysis for it. 206 is a very good time from Jeremy, especially when you have high twos, and everything. But 2x2 is a very scramble based event. You're gonna see a lot of people with a lot of getting similar times just because it's what the scramble warrants. If it's a hard scramble, everyone gets a hard scramble. If it's an easy scramble, everyone gets an easy scramble. So that's kind of interesting about 39.
Cy Hamilton in the background with a 319. I believe Sri is also in the background, but we cannot see his clock.
Yeah, 2x2. 2x2 is one of the hardest events to cover in any kind of cubing competition. A lot of things. I mean, that's why we had the PTZ cameras last year or at this past NAC. Um, yeah, dude, it's gonna be crazy here. Um, you know, once again, Jeremy's putting himself in a great spot with the 206. And I think if he's able to maintain low twos, a low two average, I think is going to win this. Obviously, it's based on scrambles, and everyone's going to get the same scrambles, but it's a matter of executing that. That's one of the main things about 2x2, which is kind of tough, is like, oh, it's such a luck based event. And it's like, okay, why does Zinkanani destroy you every single time? That's the thing. It's like, no, you have to actually use skill to recognize the lucky situation you have, and you have to actually be able to execute it. That's one of the hardest parts about 2x2. And one that actually like even harder about 2x2 is just like with the nerves and stuff shaking, you have cash prizes on the line right now, and like your extremities are the first to start shaking. And 2x2, if it's a very execution based event, you like the shake in your hands, especially off the pickup time and everything. I mean, that's why you have controversies like sliding happening every 5 seconds in 2x2, is because everything is about execution. It's about how quickly you can do these kind of things. As we're gonna get finally a solver coming up here to the solve station so we can look at some 2x2. Here comes Dan Tran. Dan Tran in the previous event, he won the previous round with a 234 average. So he's very capable of a low two average here, and to try to get this win. I got, let's see the top down here to see the scramble. Um, dude, there's nothing here. There's no bars, nothing in sight. Oh, that was
Oh,
crazy. Okay, saying that, I think he canceled into some kind of algorithm there, because all of a sudden that last layer was solved. So that's pretty absurd. I'm not gonna lie. 178. That's exactly what you want from Dan Tran, and that actually looked really hard to recognize, which could set him apart from the rest of the competition right now. So here
yeah.
comes Soji, 675. That's atrocious for the first solve, to be honest. You don't really want that at all in any kind of 2x2 average. That means anything you do is count. This scramble is decently crazy-ish. I see a bar. Um, Not enough time to see what that was, but he's got options here. And there we go. He's able to go into like, quick first layer into some kind of CLL, 263. All right, maintain it. You're able to escape. Here we go. What can Jeremy do? And
Oh, and
he's
he
hesitating too much.
paused.
He looked like he might have done the wrong algorithm there on the for CLL, and he's into a 323 right
And
now.
you can tell he's frustrated with it. Emotions running high in this 2x2 final right here
And,
from multiple competitors.
and that's a tough part about a sprint event, is that if you have one slip up, one slight mess up, your whole solve is gone. You're cooked. And that's just really, really hard to do when it comes to um 2x2. All right, Dan Trent, that 178 from earlier. Can he be flamboyant with this next solve here? All right, let's see the scramble here, what he's got going. This is the one bar. So you have I think it's blue orange. Is that what I'm seeing? No, possibly. I think he's going for blue here. Yeah, so what he did was is he started doing he made a blue face, I think, that had one adjacent swap on the bottom, and then he went into an EG1 case, I think, which was a 243. I could be completely off by that, but that's what I think he ended up doing. So 243, once again, you're counting that 243, you're getting those low 2 second times. You see people messing up in the previous rounds, like, Dominic Soji, he has a 6. Like, honestly, that's like that's good for someone like Dan Tran right now, who's trying to get a win. The last thing you need is people to kind of snipe you out of nowhere. Jeremy, if he's able to count that 206 and not count that 323, he's in a great spot too. Those are the two main front runners from what I've seen so far, being able to do that. But once again, you just can't mess up. And here we go. Dominic here, if he wants any chance of winning, he's gonna have to get this is the same scramble that Dan had earlier too. So it's the third, third solve. Oh, it's the same scramble. Okay, so it's
Oh,
actually the second yeah, second scramble got done twice there. Here comes Jeremy onto the third. Um, yeah, so Jeremy right now getting ready for his third solve. He has that 323 from earlier. He can't count that. That's gonna put him out any kind of contention whatsoever.
looking at it.
All right, that's not terrible.
Ooh,
199.
sub 2.
There we go. So very, very quick layer into a nice CLL, or a nice EG case there. And that's very, very, very nice. 199. Now you're cutting into 206. That honestly puts technically it puts Jeremy into the first spot. But under the auspice that he's not counting any other times. But let's see what Dan Tran can do with that, because once again, everybody gets the same scramble. This is 2x2. So here we go. And Dan Tran, if Jeremy can get a 199, Dan Tran probably get a 199 too. Let's see what he can do here. Here's our first seed on the same scramble. Looks like he does a different solution, but 234. Honestly, here's the main question. This just comes down to a numbers game. What position do you want to be more right now? Do you want to be Dan Tran, where he's got a counting 234 guaranteed, or do you want to have a guaranteed counting 206 and Jeremy's situation, but it's a 3-second solve that's kind of lurking in the back of your head.
I mean, look, I like raw numbers. I think that I'd rather be in Jeremy's position. Just having that potential to have a leg up, it's like you kind of have to focus. You kind of have to make sure that you're not committing easy mistakes and you're executing really well. But I'd much rather be in Jeremy's position, knowing what you could get versus what you have. Yeah, that 3 seconds there, but it's already done. You can't change it. You got to go forward and really push through with it. As we see Dominic Shoji coming up for his next solve.
Yep. And here he goes. Dominic Soji, even for him, he's got a 6, and that's just brutal. You just, that means anything you're doing, you're counting it. Like it's getting counted, which is just, it's tough to have that in the back of your head. You have to be completely 100%. And dude, 151. Wow. All of a sudden, he's under the conversation back. And that's the thing about 2x2s, anybody can mess up. Dan Tran still has to kind of go perfect if he wants to lock it up. Same thing with Jeremy. And everyone just kind of has to go perfect. And it's just who doesn't go perfect more is kind of the question of who's not going to be able to clutch up. All right, here we go. Here comes the fedora. And from Jeremy's perspective, I always tell myself in these situations, risk it all. You're an underdog in the situation. Go for the risk. And let's see what he does here. Dude, 160.
1.6.
That is crazy. So now 160, you're counting a 199, 206. Like you said, you have the better raw numbers.
And look at that potential for a sub-2 best possible average.
Dan Tran plus 2's out of it. There we go.
No.
So here's the thing. Dan Tran all of a sudden he plus 2's, which means he's got a counting both of those 2-second times.
Major mistake here for Dan Tran as we go into the final solve with some major emotions and fireworks running high here.
Here's the thing that's crazy is that Jeremy doesn't know he's in the lead right now. He's actually in the lead. And all of a sudden, you have a 3-second solve on your second time, but you just dial and you get through it. And all of a sudden there's a mistake by Dan Tran. You don't even realize now all of a sudden you're in first place. So right now, Jeremy can be lurking on that. And honestly, this 4 scramble looks really, really fast, which means what can Dominic do, right? I mean, what can he do to get himself possibly into the first place spot?
Absolutely. As we see Dominic getting ready.
A 160 here enters him right back into the conversation of first place, which is crazy. I mean, yeah, let's just see what can happen here. Dude, this scramble is kind of crazy with white, with that bar. It's a little bit slower execution, 181. That still puts him in the spot.
That's still pretty good.
Yeah, let's see what happens. He's counting at 263, but the thing is, if he clutches and both other competitors don't, that could be really
Jeremy's
brutal.
up.
So here's the thing. The ball is in Jeremy's court. He controls his own destiny here, right now. If he gets his BPA, he wins it. And that's the thing right now that's really interesting. But BPA is a 160. So let's see what happens. This scramble is there's nothing. There's no bars. There's nothing at all. This is pure creativity on the solver. What can he do? This is slow. It's slow. That's tough. 297.
297.
But that's not BPA. That's something that's interesting. That's not BPA. So let's see where he's at with that. 234.
234 is the
Dan
average
Tran
to beat for Dan Tran.
Dude, what a solution from Dan Tran. 207. This is going to come down to a numbers game. Let's see what happens here.
Check Tran's average.
So here we go. Dan Tran. Dude, that's crazy. 228 is going to slightly beat.
of a second.
Dude, that is absurd. And that's what it comes down to with mistakes. And it's so close to the end. Jeremy did not know the ball's in his court. Now here comes Dominic. let's can we get Dominic's times pulled up here? Because right now, what was Jeremy's average that he just got?
Uh, Jeremy's average, I think, was around 234.
234, and then it was 228 from Dan Tran. So right now, BPA is 198. So from the shadows, Dominic had a 675 to start it out. He's now got 263, 151, 181.
No
If he
way.
can get, and once again, Dan Tran got a ridiculous time on this last. He got like a mid two. This could be absurd here. Oh, that's 181. Here we go. He kind of locked up for a moment there, but he's able to clutch up. 181's probably going to do it.
And
That's
that
a
is,
start.
and from a 6.75 second first solve, Dominic Shoji is now, from what we know, is in the lead to win the 2x2 final here in Vegas.
Dude, I feel like Manu Singh Hall watching clock right now. This is absurd because the thing is like this event should not be fun, but it is for no reason. That's the crazy part about these sprint events is that like at any moment anybody can come back from the dead because there's so many mistakes to be made, and it doesn't matter where you make those mistakes. You just at the end day have to lock in, dial in, get it going, and that's why Dominic right here was able to win this Vegas Keeping Cup from our knowledge. Where we know we don't know what the other solvers have done, but based on what we know, Dominic has come back from nowhere. I mean, you basically had Dan Tran winning, then you had Jeremy, and then you had Dan Tran winning again, and then Dominic out of nowhere just clutches up and wins it. So crazy, crazy solving. That's amazing to keep your mind to dial in and lock in from Dominic.
We've got. Yeah, we're actually we're gonna take it over to Manu, actually to talk a little bit about miss scrambles. Manu, what do you got?
Yeah, actually, so I was wrong, not a miss scramble, but you did notice that Dominic started his solve number 3, right? And he stopped immediately. And actually, Marinick noticed this too. It was the same scramble that Dan had, and it was the same one that he got previously. And in that situation, if you do the exact same scramble, especially for 2x2, you could just memorize the solution, right? So in that case, what the competitors are trained to do is to stop the solve immediately, have it checked by the delegate, and see if someone accidentally sent out the same scramble twice. In this case, that's what happened, and because of that, he was able to get scramble number 3. Now, if he would have actually done the solution itself, then it gets tricky. You have to film the solve, you have to try and like match the frames to see which kind of scramble it is, and he may have ended up getting extra number 1, and in that case, someone gets a different scramble. But in this was the exact, this is the exact procedure, and Dominic followed it directly to a T, he got rewarded for it, 151 on that solve number 3, and congrats to him. I have to say, the venue is getting a little bit spicy here. Like, people are gathering in. We're gonna get started with FTO. This is gonna be a really fun FTO round. Then we got 3x3 finals after that. It's gonna be really, really fun. I have never seen Marinick jump like that, folks. You guys were not able to see it because Dominic was pulled out an amazing win. But man, that was a lot of fun. Back to you guys.
We're getting data for the rest of the 2x2 final here. Just some other notable times. Cy Hamilton also posted a sub 3 average of 2.87, and then Soup Timmy got a 549 average.
Soup.
I just want to throw it out there. But yeah, I want to talk a little bit. We'll get this data update in a second. I want to talk a little bit when we were talking about emotions earlier and talking about really locking in and not letting those mistakes affect you. Look, I am so happy for Dominic. Like, starting off with a 670 and just feeling really frustrated from it, and knowing the emotional toll it takes on you to get something like that in 2x2, but he did not let it wreck him, and he proceeded to wreck the rest of the competition. Uh, I, that's that's poise right there. That's a lot of poise displayed from Dominic Shoji.
And that's the thing is that like you don't have to be the best in the world. Like, Max Park, once again, emotional solver. He gets like a 6 on his first 3x3 time, and it kind of tanks the rest of his average. But like someone like Dominic, it's almost like it's a different style of solving, and like people like can get momentum and gain it. But Dominic is just like, let me just lock in and dial in, and that's the thing when it comes to like Felix Zemdegs with his world record average. I think it was I want to say his 2019 world record average. He ended up actually getting his worst time on his first solve. And it's so hard. Like the amount of world records that happen with the worst time on your first solve is so rare because it's just so hard to do it. And the thing is that like, once again, to get a winning average right now with your worst time as your first solve, with like, cash prizes on the line, that's insane.
So yeah, just want to remind everyone the podium for 2x2: Dominic Shoji in first, Dan Tran in second, Jeremy Bullenbot in third. We've got face turning octahedron coming up next. I don't know if that is going to.
We got 3x3 finals first, right? Oh, FTO. We got FTO. Oh, of course we got FTO because it's a Manu comp. All right, here we go. That's my bad. I barely read the packet today for all the stuff, but
Matthew Marinick not displaying the best preparation for the competition today. We're actually going to take a quick break before we get into FTO. Another word from our sponsors. Don't go anywhere. We got FTO coming up, and then 3x3 final from the Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024 presented. Manu has lied. We're not doing an ad. Are we going straight into FTO? We're going right in. Okay. Okay, hold on. We have been directed.
well, okay, so one of the interesting parts about FTO that I'm kind of excited for is like I saw Max like play around with an FTO for the first time when I was in Vegas back in August, and he was kind of vibing with it a little bit. He was like, this is not bad event and everything, and that's the thing you kind of got to be scared about is when Max Park is like, all right, this is not bad because he's just gonna just destroy everyone. So like, it's gonna be interesting.
Now, I will say that while we're definitely excited for Max to compete in this, this is really Michael Larson's contest to lose. He's second in the world by average, third by single. He has by far the most FTO rounds in the world. He is the king of this. So this is really his event to lose. Again, we could definitely still see Max make a strong showing. We could see Ben Streeter make a big showing. We could see Garrett Hogue make a big showing. We have all these different guys, but it definitely seems like this is Michael's to lose. I think he's going to dominate.
What I'm just saying though is I would not put it past Max Park from having a shot at this. And like I don't want taking anything from Michael Larson, but in like Max Park's debut, like I'd be worried if I was Michael Larson because like Max Park enters any kind of event, you gotta be kind of scared. I mean, this is the first event he's joining in that's like not N by N since like some random Square One event back in like 2013 or something like that. Like this is the first time he's ventured off from N by N in some kind of way. So very, very scary.
All right, we got Ben Streeter up here on the FTO. Got Max on the other side.
So I'm pretty sure this operates kind of like crosses and stuff, but it's I read this at some point and how FTO works.
Okay, basically here's how you solve an FTO, right? It's similar to Yao. You build your first center, go to your first two centers, then your first two triples, then you cross the edges like Yao.
Dude,
It's sort of building it from the center out.
Dude, be scared. Be scared right now. Max Park is cooking. I don't even know how this works, but Max Park is cooking. And that's the thing, is just like, even if he gets like a 30-second average right now, that's a warning sign. All right. Manu saying this is a bad solve right now at 29.77. That seems kind of decent for me for a rookie debut. Seems a lot faster than Manu can do it too, to be honest. He's got like averaging like 40 seconds or something like that. So for a new competitor right off the gate, that's crazy. But like also it's Max Park, so expect craziness to happen in his first event. Here comes Michael Larson here. Once again, as Rasmus was saying, he's kind of the reigning king right now for this competition, for this event. So this is his to lose. Let's see what happens.
Larson's getting ready. One of the only color neutral solvers. Probably a decently creative solver when it comes to FTO. As he begins his solve here.
Yeah, back in NAC, he had that dramatic finish to get second place. So, very, very impressive out of him. It is crazy. He does seem like he's turning with like a lot more exuberance than Max did and a lot more efficiency. So there goes 18:48. I mean, 10 seconds faster than Max Park. That kind of gives you an idea for where the boundaries of this event are. So, yeah.
We were saying that let's see. We've got word that Ben Streeter is doing solves off stream. We'll wait and see the results there. It seems he may have got the same scramble. Max Park is going to be coming up for his second solve. We did say that he might make a dramatic showing, but considering how far ahead Michael Larson is, yeah, 11-second difference.
Dude, it's still not too shabby.
This is the only time today where you're going to see Max Park kind of faltering in a way.
The thing that's crazy is, once again, he's entering in like a non-N by N event for like the first time in like 10 years.
Yeah.
That's just absurd. And for Max Park to do that, that's kind of, it's saying something right now. And it's like there's a ton of people who want FTO as an event in the WCA. There's certainly a lot of arguments for that. But it's going to be interesting to see the future of this event as more and more of it's being held unofficially and everything too.
Max,
He seems to be honest, like on the last step here, and once again he's hovering around that like 29-second mark for the most part, trying to almost do like a commutator on those last two centerpieces.
31.54 for Max Park on his second solve.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how fast Max Park just absolutely destroys this event. Like, no joke, I think within like 6 months he can be averaging like 15 seconds or something. It just seems like something he would do, and just like a lot of like, I mean, just finger turning skills in general. It transforms to new events and stuff, especially when it's a twisty puzzle.
That's actually how the acronym goes: finger turning octahedron.
Yeah, you get those flicks down. Yeah, people are shocked right now. Max Park does FTO. Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
and that's the
he
thing
does
that's
FTO
shocking.
now.
Yeah.
Got Michael Larson coming up for his second solve. Already an impressive first showing. Ben Streeter solving off stream again. Larson on white center. Larson goes the last step here, looking to close it out. And the 19.3, again, a sub 20 FTO showing. Doesn't seem the happiest about it.
Yeah.
Ben Streeter got an 18.31.
Very, very interesting. It's gonna be a tight race for them. It's just a numbers game at that point. You don't need to know much about FTO in order to know that it's gonna be a close race. Especially if Michael Larson is the one for him to lose. This kind of competition right now. So very, very interesting to see if he can have maybe a dramatic finish like he did in NAC.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, once again, I think the like kind of the story, at least for me, as someone who's kind of like an outside perspective, this is giving a lot of legitimacy to FTO is when Max Park does it. One of the interesting parts of the cubing community is once a fast person approves of something, everybody approves of it all of a sudden. And that's the thing that's kind of interesting with like, with like FTO, is that like you get someone like Max Park as a spokesperson for the event and like in a certain way. Next thing you know, the WCA is going to be implementing it overnight. Like I wouldn't be shocked that people are influenced that much by it. So it's going to be very interesting to see if Max is going to turn the tides and try to make FTO an event and stuff like that.
Max Park coming up for his next solve. Max Park, sponsored by Prime.
Yeah, dude. I like the Patrick Mahomes drink the best. I don't know if you
the Patrick Mahomes drink. What's the Patrick Mahomes drink?
I don't know what flavor it is. It's just his signature flavor or whatever. It's really good. It's my favorite one out of all of it.
Max Park starts his third FTO solve. This is the kind of content that, the kind of professional content that you get here on SpeedCubeShop at the Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024.
One thing, we got 3x3 finals coming up after this, so like be prepared for some electricity.
Do be prepared. If 2x2 generated sparks, 3x3 is starting fires, man. It's starting fires. It's burning the place down. As Max posts his best time so far of a 28-28.
Dude.
Yep. Streeter got an 18:46 off stream. Looking like the competition between Larson and Streeter is pretty strong.
Yep. So Larson's going for his third solve. He's got like an 18 and a 19 so far. So, I mean, once again, when you know that Ben Streeter in the background is getting like a bunch of 18s and stuff, and you're kind of seeing some commotion going on, it's like, all right, I gotta dial in. I gotta lock in here for a moment, and I gotta at least get an 18 to keep myself alive in the first place run.
All right, we're gonna get started with Larson's next solve here. Going green center.
Yeah, right now he's got those couple centers finished up. He's getting onto the last three edges here. And here he goes. And 1920. Here's the thing. He's kind of fumbling it a bit when Ben Strader's in the background. He's kind of one of those emotional solvers where if he gets one kind of solve into the 19 range, he's gonna get another one in the 19 range, and then all of a sudden Ben's getting more in the 18 and the 18 and the 18. And next thing you know, you're losing the competition that decent chance that probably had a good chance of winning all along.
Absolutely, but again, it's like we saw with Dominic earlier. Do you have the poise to kind of carry through? Look, Michael Larson is the best at this event. He's the best of the best. He's so talented and he knows he has that talent. It's just about can he harness it in these higher pressure situations, especially you know, when FTO, like, we're talking a little bit about is trying to get legitimized, maybe Michael Larson wants to be the face of this whole competition and the face of this event. So he has a lot of that pressure on him, and that pressure to win, be the face of it, might be affecting him a little bit. Again, it's not like Ben Streeter is totally washing him here. Um, but it is very close and definitely closer than I think a lot of people expected the FTO event today would be.
Yeah, and honestly, the thing for me is like, you know, whatever you have, like, I mean, once again, he has that 20-second solve. I mean, but that's the thing is like you can kind of dominate it a bit, and you can kind of keep it where, you know, you have enough poise to keep on getting 18-second solves, and all of a sudden you're knocking out Michael Larson from that first place spot. They got Michael Larson going against had Max Park. Max is probably just going to get another 28-second time, which is very impressive for being someone relatively new to the event. But the story here is, can Michael Larson beat out Ben right now? And you're going to have to get 18 for that. Really good first center here, and going into the next couple of centers, is he able to clutch up here? Um, and I think, from what I understand, he's already onto the last three edges here. And that is a really good time with a
Larson with a
15:53. Dude,
15:53.
that's exactly what you want right now. And if that opens up your average to make it so you can BPA a lot. And Max Park with a 2067?
Whoa!
Dude, wait a moment. Wait a second. Max Park already showing signs of life in this new young event right now. Dude, he's hedging some skills here. Dude, a two-move first center is what we are hearing right now. And that's kind of it's gonna be crazy times. It's gonna be crazy what Ben does, but Ben, I
Oh,
don't think that.
Larson won.
So Larson's already won this competition because um that counting 20-second time is gonna absolutely kill Ben Strader. All he do is keep some 18s going to keep himself alive, and he just wasn't able to do it.
Lost the momentum, and now Michael Larson is going to take the FTO event. Um, a decent showing from Larson, but definitely could have been a little bit better, and definitely some clutch moves by Ben Strader. But man, Max Park, uh, from solve one to solve four, has suddenly figured out the FTO. Suddenly, Max Park seems much more competitive at this event, starting at a 29 and then ending up at a 20 with a time better than Ben Streeter's first solve.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
outrageous.
Well, I mean, welcome to Max Park, dude. He's gonna video game your event. Like, what? Hey, watch out! Like, I'm in 6 months, he's gonna be getting 15s consistently. I feel like I don't know how hard of an event it is to improve, but
Sub
I just
10
know Max Park is
FTO.
just that elite.
He's going to get a sub 10 FTO solve. Larson coming up to his last solve. He could throw the octahedron across the room and it would not matter.
Yup. And he's finishing up centers here, and he's on to. I know he's still got a little bit of a center to figure out, I think, and he's on to last three edges, I want to say at this point.
This is
Dude, he's pissed at the
and
at
Larson
the
with a
FTO.
22.93, and although he's going to take the event, not at all happy with
Dude,
that
if Max
last
Park gets a
solve.
15 here, that's so clown. That's all I'm saying. He struts in here innocently, just destroys the event. That'd be hilarious. But here we go. Let's see what Max Park can do here on his final solve. He had that 20-second solve. Like honestly, it's already very impressive to join in such a like an event that's new for him and just get such a good time. As Max is gonna get a 25, dude. Why was that not bad from Max Park?
That was a really solid performance from Max. First time events with a 27.71 average. Definitely a ways to go to get to Larson and Streeter
Yeah,
and these guys who are more established in the event. But for a first time showing, great job from Max Park. Michael Larson again winning the FTO final here with a really clutch 15:53 fourth solve to take it ahead of Ben Streeter. Unfortunate that he had that I don't know what happened with the fifth solve, but it clearly caused some emotions and some frustration.
yeah.
Um, but we've got the FTO final taken care of, and now we're actually going to send it over to Manu real quick. He's got something to say. Manu, what do you got?
All right, now that the clown fiesta is over and like I can actually talk, let me tell you this. That was a really, really, really fun final to watch. Very unfortunate for Larson. So you'll see like he's like really upset even though like he was guaranteed to win. Why? He's going for world best. Like he is gunning for a 16-second average because he knows he can do it. But it's just tough because trying to get it in the sorry, not the world best. He's going for the XWR, which is the best result recorded in like a competition environment. Speaking of XWR, Ben Streeter with this sub 20 average has now jumped over. Wait, he's jumped like 8 spots, and he's now WR4. This is the 4th best average done by like a unique person, so that's pretty incredible. Max with his 27 average. If you the boys want to guess where he ended up, yeah, guess where you think he ended up on the world ranking on his very first showing. Oh, they can't hear you.
Now calling face
Wait, go for it.
turning. Octahedron.
I
Group
think he's
2
going
is
to
an
like.
octahedron.
I think he's like
Group
25th in the
2.
world. That's my guess.
25th? No, I feel like he's top five.
25 is almost exactly right. He ended up. Let me look at the exact number. I'm pretty sure he ended up at 27th in the world. In his very,
See, that's what I'm saying.
in the
That's the
world?
Max Park effect. That's the Max Park effect. 27th in the world.
27th his very first event.
they're out of 476 people who have ever competed in this event. So
I said top 500 and only 476.
Well, he is top
people have
500. Dude, we'll say that.
competed in this event.
But dude, on top, my boy is like, dude, he's elite. That's the thing. That's the thing. Just Max Park is just elite. You're. Here's the thing. At the end of the day, if you're just that good at turning cubes,
Okay.
like, yeah,
All right. I mean, I don't want to interrupt you, but listen, we're gonna go to break, but we got 3x3 finals coming up. We've got Max Park. We've got potentially Max Park on upset watch from the cubing Fedora. We're gonna see some other very presumably interesting and high octane and emotional results coming up. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna come back from a short break in a little bit. This is the Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024, presented by SpeedCubeShop and West Coast Cubing.
Hey, we are SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Welcome back to the Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024. We're on our last event of the day, and it is the 3x3 final. Matt, we've been seeing a lot of stuff. We've been seeing a lot of emotions today. What can we see as we go into the final here for 3x3.
Well, I mean, the main question right now is can Max Park recover from his 649 average? I mean, that's the real scare for Max Park and for Max Park fans out there is that, at the end of the day, he's leaving if he gets another average like that, you leave the door open for Jeremy to upset you. And for something that you just don't really think could happen, it could just happen. You almost saw with Max Shaw. Max Shaw almost upset Max Park at Western Championships. And it's kind of scary to look at that. And Max Park's a very emotional solver. He gets one bad time and it could all downhill. I think if Max Park gets a 7, it could be pretty disastrous for him. But I think if Max Park gets a 5, he's winning the whole competition guaranteed.
Absolutely. And I also want to throw in Dan Tran's name because Dan Tran was only 500th of a second behind Jeremy in the first round here. Yeah, we've got the second round stats up here. And look, now I know that Dan Tran's average is a little bit skewed because he did manage a 522 PR single. But at the same time, I just I've got to consider him in this race as well. And look, we know what Max can do. We know that this is one of the best cubers to ever do it. But when you have a 648 average, you know, it's like you got to lock in. And I feel like with how Max has been performing with these like in these finals as we see Manu. Wait, hold on. Can we comment on Manu's 3x3 time?
But it's not 3x3. It's his FTO.
Oh, it's his FTO thing.
Yeah. Right now they're doing the second round of FTO right now. But yeah, Manu is a shill for FTO. Like this is what he is. He likes it. I mean, here's the thing. People like I guess what's your stance on the FTO craze? I mean, you're not a cuber, you're not like into it. There's 17 events right now in the WCA. Do we need FTO?
I would say that I feel like FTO and Megaminx serve similar purposes. And I think that with Megaminx, like we already have an event where we have a really big thing that we're trying to solve as Manu finishes up his first solve of the FTO here. He's going. It's really not looking good for Manu Singal. A 41-1-2.
No, he likes those times. He likes those times. He's not like that's like the fight part is like Max Park just comes in and gets like 15 seconds faster
Oh,
than my boy
man.
Manu. It's hilarious.
Um,
But yeah, no, it's interesting. I mean, I understand what you're kind of saying. Sort of the same purpose. I mean, it's already like you look at some of these world finals and stuff, and it's just like 4 days of competition. 4 days is so brutal. It's brutal on um, it's brutal on everybody. It's brutal
Yeah.
on organizers. It's brutal on competitors. It's brutal on staff. It's hard. 4 days of constant action. Dan Tran solving right here, but that's the part that's just like it's kind of rough, And it's like, do we want to dial that back down? I mean, that's like the arguments for like something like NA All Stars, where it's 3x3 focus. It's 3x3 oriented. You don't have, you know, all these other events, and it's done in 5 hours, and it's really electric. A lot of people like it. It's really marketable. It's very sustainable, and
yeah,
that's the thing that's interesting.
yeah. I just, you know, with how FTO is again, like I think it serves a similar purpose, and I think that when you have these 4-day competitions, it's like, is it really essential? If we had both FTO and Megaminx, um, but personally, uh, I I don't want to ruffle any feathers, but I feel like that there are some events in competition right now that aren't necessarily the most essential, where FGO might actually be a little bit more essential.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you care to share what these non-essential events are in your opinion?
I don't want to potentially anger or upset anyone watching the stream. Um, but if you watch enough +3 on Speedcubing TV, you'll know my thoughts. And the event is clock. The answer is clock. So I I'm sorry. I don't want to disrespect any clock solvers. I understand it's hard work. It's another puzzle to solve, but I just think that FTO might have a little more validity, or just a little more of an excitement factor, just because there's a lot more going on. And like let's take Dan here. Now I don't know if this is Dan's first event. Um, I don't know if Dan has competed FDO before. Uh, someone in the stream comment says, "No, come on, clock." Listen, listen. I I am just I'm just a hater. You gotta like everyone knows I'm just a hater. I'm uneducated about this stuff. Maybe clock is, you know, I get it, but I feel like FTO might have a bit more. I feel like you could. I don't know if this is controversial to say. I feel like you could potentially replace both Megaminx and Clock with FTO, but that I don't know.
The thing is like, I mean, it's interesting because you're not a competitive Rubik's cube solver. You're a journalist guy. You're here for the vibes. And like the thing
Here
is,
for the vibes.
you're here for the career. But the thing is that's interesting is that like, I mean, this is what I've kind of been saying from the beginning is that like clock it's interesting to watch when you're really into the niche community, you know. And it's like it's fun to watch for the people who really care about it. But like at the end of the day, like for someone like you who doesn't know much about the event, who's from the outside, we're trying to market it to outside people. uh,
Outside.
you know, it's like you know, for people outside the community, it's kind of hard. It's like, you know, FTO is like, even FTO is a very a lot more like straight focus. It's like I show people all the time who are my non-cuber friends, here's a clock, and it's just like, what is this? You know, and it's
Yeah,
like, but like FTO, it's like, oh, this thing kind of turns like this. All right, it makes sense. Yeah.
listen. Well, a year from now, you are gonna see me on like like North American Championships, and I'm gonna get like an 11-second 3x3 average, and you will see me there. Uh, so someone in the stream said, if they remove clock, I will sink into a deep, dark depression, knowing that days worth of pain are invalidated, though it is a bad event. Thank you, thank you. You understand.
It's like,
It's not an easy change, but it
and
might be a change that needs to be considered. I mean, didn't they? Did Magic the
yeah,
yeah,
magic.
Magic used to be an event, and now it's not. I feel like Clock is going to become the new Magic.
Yeah, you know, and here's the thing with like even me as a 2x2 main who loves 2x2, it's like it's not the plot. You know, at the end of the
It's
day,
not
it's not the
plot.
plot. Like, you know, it's a I love it. I think it's very spectator friendly. I'm over here getting excited over 2x2 for no reason. But for someone who's on the outside of cubing and who doesn't really watch it, 3x3 is just so much more entertaining than 2x2. And it's like, you know, at the day, like, you know, 2x2 is not the plot, and I admit it, and stuff like that too. So it's just like it's gonna be interesting to see how much cubing changes in the landscape of things, what events are considered that will be end up like being pushed more and put into the forefront, and which ones will kind of move to the wayside. Especially as competitions grow longer and longer, you have more people competing and all this stuff at major championships. It's like 4 days is already a lot. It's super draining if you haven't been there already, especially if you're solving. If you're someone like Luke Garrett who's competing every single event, you're getting destroyed, like straight up destroyed at these events. I mean, you have, and you know, chess grandmasters, they burn 6,000 calories. I would not be shocked if Luke Garrett's also burning 6,000 calories too at like some of these competitions. Like, and no joke, like
6,000 calories.
yeah, it requires that much energy to like think and stuff. Even us right now commentating, like I'm starting to feel hungry and stuff. Like I'm sure I've burned like 1,000 calories more than I usually do. You don't
Stop
act
it.
like you are now. Just say, but like it is interesting, right? Chat, let's get some banter going on right now.
By the way, we have a Michael Moo thing coming up on the FTO. I do quickly want to bring up a little bit. Uh, we've got 3x3 coming up.
Yeah, 3x3 is coming up
Um,
with Max Park.
I did want to actually comment on something, just kind of an interesting little hypothesis, if you will. If you were here earlier, you saw Dominic Shoji come back in the 2x2 event after posting a 6.75 2x2 time to win the whole thing. My question to you, Matt, it's like he might not be, in pole position here, winning 3x3, but how do you think that mindset might help carry him up a few positions in the final? Because he posted the 11th best in second round. How high do you think he could go?
I mean, I think on 3x3, especially at like a 10-second solving area, I don't know what he usually averages, but you know, plus or minus 1 second in an event, like he could probably go all the way down to like a low nine, like all the way up to the seventh spot from the 11th spot and stuff. You know, and that's the thing that's kind of interesting about, like, you know, solving around that area and like getting up that amount of events. I mean, it changes like your placement and stuff. I think that changes the results for your contention for cash prizes and stuff in the Vegas Cubing Cup. So it is interesting to see like, if you're going in with some confidence and stuff. The question is like he doesn't seem like an emotional solver because he didn't let that six affect him. So we'll make it like what you know kind of hurts some solvers, helps some other ones. Like if Max Park gets like a four, like he might continue just getting fours. That's the thing. So that's the thing to kind of like look out for when it comes to like emotional solvers versus very consistent ones. And that's where like people like Luke Greiser is putting a lot of work into to like when I interviewed him, you were directing that interview. He talked about how he once like used to be super emotional, but he figured out to just like get consistent, more consistent and stuff, and that's how he's able to keep his cool and get like on the podium for both NA All Stars and NAC. When on the numbers and by paper, he should be sixth seed and stuff like that, and he shouldn't
Yeah.
have a shot. Yeah, and yeah, and sorry, let's read some comments here. Doomer 12, I'd say probably need to at least pare down the events quite a lot. Once you get past 4x4 and the number of competitors drops astronomically, and I'll be all for ditching them from the main roster. Not get rid of them entirely, but just lower the priority. And that's the thing, is like you already see in 7x7 and stuff, they do like 2 rounds of major championships versus like 3 or 4. And it's like for something past 4x4, like 5x5, do we need 3 rounds of 5x5? Can we get away with 2? For 7x7, do we have to do 2 rounds or can we get away with run? And that's the thing is like, and that's can shrink it to just 3 days of solving instead of 4. And that saves so much, there's so much energy put into these competitions and stuff and really makes us a more succinct product to advertisers and everything like that. So like I could see something like that too, where it's like just taking what we have and just kind of dialing it down a bit. Like let's just turn it up. Like, everyone likes to solve, everyone likes doing all this, but for the most part, it's just like, just kind of dial it down, I feel like a bit.
Yeah, and like I understand the merit of these like 4x4 and 5x5 going up there, especially 4x4. I understand the merit because it's a different you know kind of theory as to how to solve it.
Yep.
But yeah, when we go up to something like 7x7, um, it typically I don't think anyone gets into cubing via 7x7, and,
Right.
and that's
That's a good way to put it. Like, how do people get into cubing?
like the thing is, people would get into cubing. Like you could get in through a 4x4. In my opinion, you could get in because it's a distinct thing. Once you start getting up higher and higher, I feel like no one gets in through a 7x7. I don't know if you have like a 7x7. Yeah,
No, I don't even own a 7x7. My
yeah,
highest I own is a 6x6. And it's like, yeah, and it's like I follow cubing, I follow all the stuff, but it's like, at a certain point, like even 7x7, you can look at old forums. Felix talks about how he wants to get rid of 7x7, which is crazy. Even 6x6, I think he said in old forums that he wants to get rid of. Um, it's just like at a certain point, like is it such a large event and stuff. Um,
the the clock apologist says I got into cubing with clock. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
yeah, I'm kind of intrigued how you get into cubing
How do you
clock.
get into cubing through clock? We by the way, for those watching, 3x3 finals is coming soon. We just heard an announcement. 3x3 finals will be happening shortly, so hopefully we can get Manu back and really get this show on the road here.
Yeah. And yeah, 3x3 finals is about to be electric too when it comes to just Max Park. Once again, every time you see Max Park come up, you're on world record watch. World record single mainly right now. I don't know if he can really get a 409 average. Like that's really hard to do.
Yeah.
To be honest, he hasn't got many sub threes that are kind of needed for that. It would be absurd if we got it though. Um, but yeah, no, 313. That's what we're looking on right now. And seeing if he can produce something that like, is 648 is just kind of tough to be like looking at. If you're
Yeah.
Max Park, especially if you want to be a podium contender in worlds and possibly even world champion again. So yeah, be super interesting for that.
Right now we're just waiting for the last bits of FGO to finish up. Um, I'm I'm trying to think like if there are any other really big storylines. Okay, hold on. We have a comment here. So basically, I saw a video with clock in it. I was like, "That's sick." I bought one, learned it, then saw comps, and I was like, "Wait, there's more." So you realized, you know,
I feel like clock's a lot different than 3x3. So do you still 3x3 now? Because that's like that's the thing for me is like if you get into cubing through clock, it's like interesting. It's like, all right, it's kind of different than like any other event,
So
you know.
we do. Our producer Manu just came back from what was a little bit of a disappointing FGO performance, I would say. Uh, uh, the only one that we saw on stream was 41 seconds. We know Manu can do a lot better than that. We've seen him perform. Manu just said he can't do better. Okay, Manu. Oh, okay. All right. Manu has talked himself down in our little
In our
earpieces here.
intercoms.
In our intercoms, he said that that 41 that you saw earlier was the second best solve he has ever gotten. Mind you, this guy really likes FTO. So, but yeah, we'll have a 3x3 finals coming up shortly. Uh, Again, like the big storyline with Max and with Jeremy. I feel like we're not talking about the fedora enough and how much he has displayed so much grit today. Like, and he has to know. He has to know that he might actually have a shot at taking
I mean,
first. And imagine beating
you
Max Park.
you count 2 5s. You count a 5 early in the day. You get 2 5s in the first round. Then you see Max gets a 648. I know as a cuber, and I know as a competitor, you're thinking, dude, can I beat Max Park? Like, can I do it? Is that possible? You're kind of toying with you a bit. That could be going against him a little bit too. Depends to see how Jeremy solves. But like once again, if he starts getting on a roll and he gets anywhere in the 6 second ballpark, it could beat Max.
In before Max gets like gnar. Just uh, we're talking about this, and Max is about to pull off like the craziest run.
Yeah, and
We're actually going to be getting started with the 3x3 finals right here, right now on SpeedCubeShop at the Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024. It's about to get electric.
yeah. All right, here we go.
Max Park is coming up to the table for his first solve in the final.
Yeah, this first solve right here sets a tone for everything. So if Max Park is able to get a 5, I think he wins it all. If he gets a 7 or even a 6, it's getting dicey. And that's the thing here. All right, let's see how Max Park reacts to a 648 average in the previous round here on solve number 1 here of 3x3 finals at Vegas Cubing Cup. All right. I think he's kind of like in actually I don't know what cross he's going to. He's always kind of confusing with it. He's going red. Dude, this is a great solve. This is what you need for Max Park. This is what you need right now.
Excellent
495.
Solve 5.
All right, here we go.
Excellent solve from Max Park. Tone setter.
Dude, this is putting him miles ahead of what of Jeremy at this point. I mean, Jeremy can get a 4-2, but like in terms of an average, I don't think Jeremy can keep up with a bunch of 4s that Max can send his way. You got to understand too is that Max Park has a 486. That's NAR right now. Max Park could be on NAR watch if he keeps on getting more 4s like this.
Absolutely. We got to watch out for that. We got to get ready for this. Are you ready? Are you ready for the magic to happen? Come on. Sub 5. This is what we've been waiting for Max Park all day.
Dude, I'm interested to see what Jeremy can do on this scramble too. I mean, it's sub 5able. He has the ability to get sub 5. Let's see what Jeremy can do.
We've got Dan Tran coming up here.
Yep. All right. Dan Tran here. He almost beat Jeremy. Honestly, there's also like a race for second, kind of a B plot going on right now. And Jeremy's going up to the other station too at this same time. All right, here goes Dan Tran looking at his puzzle right now. He's this seems like he's going for a similar cross as Max Park right now too. And not
Tran a little bit slower on it.
Yeah, that's going to be he drops the cube.
Oh,
992. That's going to cost him there that mistake. All right, here goes Jeremy.
Jeremy going in right now.
And he's able to get a 702. So, like, once again, he would position himself well if Max maybe had messed up that first solve and it tanked his average. But right now, it looks like Max could have just serious fireworks. This could be a Max Park show from here on out, and it's going to be super fun to watch. So, get out those picnic blankets to sit back and look at the sky illuminating right now. As Max Park here is on solve number 2 after a 495.
We've got a crowd getting ready for Max Park now. Let's see what this second scramble is going to be.
He's moving around a decent bit, but he's kind of locking in right now. Oh no, he's moving back around. That's kind of sus. All right, let's see what he can do. No, locking up a bit. Oh, dude, this is atrocious a bit here on the lockups. That's not what you want to do with Max Park. 706.
7.06.
I remember that 495 is not counting. So all of a sudden, Jeremy entering back in the conversation with his 7. So here's the thing. Max, he can't make mistakes because if you count a 7, this can all turn around. That's so brutal because Max just fought his way out of the rut, got a 495, and then all of a sudden, 7. And it's just like you're back to square one. And like you have to just dial in. You can't look at that. Get some 5s, get yourself out of it. Make sure you don't blow this average.
All right, we got Dan Tran coming up for solve number 2 here.
You had that 9 earlier. He's kind of out of contention unless he goes perfect. But let's see if he can do it. And honestly, this is not a terrible solve in and of itself with an A perm to make it a 684. Now, all of a sudden, he's kind of entering in the conversation of, faster second solve than Max Park. I mean, think about that for a moment. He's got a faster second solve than Max Park right now. So, it is kind of based on the scramble and how you take it. And it's kind of a creative approach, Some people interpret different recipes in different ways. Some add more salt, some add more vinegar. And here we go with, Jeremy probably coming up here for his next solve. So let's see what he can do.
I see we're emptying the book of metaphors and similes here at the close to the end of the stream.
Dude, you gotta be flirtatious with the vernacular sometimes.
You've got to be flirtatious with the vernacular. We've just been informed that Jeremy has taken the. Okay, we're getting live Fedora updates on Jeremy. This is very important. Jeremy's Fedora holds a lot of power, but it could also affect his center of gravity. I don't know. We need to see. Jeremy's coming up for solve number 2 here.
He's possible 4s. We know this, and we've been seeing faster times than Max Park on this second solve so far. So, all right, we're on to the third solve at this point. So he has 7 on the second. Now we're on to the third.
Oh, we're on the third. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, this is. Oh, what a way to cancel into the last layer there. 575.
575 from Jeremy.
All right. All of a sudden, Max Park, it's your time to go. Dude, this is here. Dude, we've got ourselves a showdown right now. 3 competitors kind of positioning themselves as well. Max Park has that 4, but, you've got a 7. And, like, Max has to be knowing that people are getting 5s right now. I mean, you hear 5s, you hear 6s going on, and you had a 7. That's kind of scary. That's kind of scary for Max Park. You've got a lot you can do with that 4, though. I mean, this can go anywhere from NAR to 3rd place. Like, that's crazy right now. So let's see what he can do with this range.
Getting ready for his third solve here.
There he goes for blue. And, he's decently fast with it. He seems to be doing a decent amount of moves. And that's going to be a 671. So here we go.
Oh, no.
All right. So all of a sudden, you got a 670 counting at this point, and you got Jeremy with a 575. And this is all of a sudden.
This is starting to heat up here.
All right. And here's the thing, Max Park's such an emotional solver. That 7 is 6-7. It could just keep piling on. That is so nerve-wracking if you're Max Park at this point. And don't forget Dan Trent has a 684. He's right around this range. If he can just kind of keep getting these high 6s, he could position himself into, potentially first place.
Or he could potentially be seeing a massive upset. And the Fedora is back, positioned at the desk.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, he can even count that 7 at this point because Max is probably going to be counting. He's counting a 6-7. So, like, here's the thing. If he count this 575, that's absurd. That's absurd. That's all.
We got to see if Jeremy can pull something like that off. It's going to take a lot, but he might have the opportunity to pull something off here.
Yeah.
I thought, why did I think he was solving it?
It does look like with the lag,
the latency.
All of a sudden, here he goes, dude. This is a great. It's going to preserve into. Oh, here we go. Come on. Here we go. 608.
Oh,
Here we go. 608. Now, Jeremy is right now on pace to beat Max Park here at the Vegas Cubing Cup final. Oh, my goodness. He's got a counting 608 while Max Park has a counting 6-7. Dan Tran right now has a 684 that he can count. and also have be right around Max Park's range. This is absurd right now.
But Dan Tran's going to have to really come back here if he wants to stay in competition for the 1 spot.
Yep. He
He's
can't
really
count.
gonna-
That 9 is such a thorn in his side. He has to avoid it, and this is not looking good.
It's not looking
He's going to have
good.
like a dot case. He had the sledgehammer to save it.
Oh,
And that's going to be just like an
and an
885. He's out of the
885,
race.
he
This is
is
a Jeremy
out.
Max Park show at this point in the competition.
Okay, so if you're Max, you have got to pull something out
Dude,
here.
well, you can count a 495. That's what you can do. You can count a 495. You always have that option if you're able to pull it off. But the thing is, he's such an emotional solver, and it's so hard to like see. He gets that 7, and all of a sudden it's a 6-7, and you got to be thinking to yourself, it's like, all right, is he just going to get another 6 here? And that just opens the door for Jeremy, and that's something that's so crazy right now. Once again, but at the same time, you saw in the Max Shaw versus Max Park in Western Championships that Max Park was able to clutch it in the end. Max Park kind of has that flair for the dramatic. He beat Yihang by only 0.01 in the World Championship. So this could be absurd right now, as Max Park is currently counting a 6-7, while Jeremy is counting a 608. But Max Park has more options with 495, allowing him to count whatever he wants. But Jeremy could also count a 575. And you got to remember, too, Jeremy is also on PR pace because he's got a 627 as his
Absolutely.
PR. So if he gets another 5, he's then counting as 575 and a 608, which guarantees him a low 6 average already. But they could also potentially give him the opportunity for a sub 6 average, which he's thirsting for.
Look,
So
hey, man, get your popcorn ready, America. Get ready. You're about to see an absolute dead heat. This is what cubing was made for. Competition like this down in the final 2 solves, we're seeing something electric. Max Park is going to be coming up shortly for solve number 4. He really needs to pull something through here.
all right. So once again, he's counting a 670. He can't let Jeremy get through the door. He is now opened up. He's got to get a 5-second solve here to really give himself a great chance into solve number 5. This is a kind of a crazy scramble. There's so many different like random blocks and stuff that
Ooh.
Max Park can be creative with, but it allows a different options. So let's see what happens. He goes white cross here. He does a double rotation midway through. This is, I feel like, decently long, and he's locking up to a
The
725.
for
All right,
Max
all of
Park.
a sudden, Jeremy's wide open to upset Max Park. Dude, this is Vanderbilt versus Bama right now, and Vanderbilt
With-
is going in
With a
with
best
the jam.
possible average of 624 for Max, potentially a 7 for
Dude,
Max
But
Park.
that's counting a 495. That's the so absurd part about it. Dan Tran gets a 795. He's still out of this conversation. It doesn't really matter too much he's get, but he's probably going to get around the 3rd place range. So that's something kind of lurk for Dan Tran. He's probably still fighting for the 3rd place. We don't really know what the other competitors are doing right now. But here we go.
All right, come on.
It's possible for
we might see a massive upset. Hey, I just want to say a first data came in. Soup Timmy had an 11-second average. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go,
First
Timmy.
one in. My
Let's
boy
go,
Soup.
Timmy.
All right.
11-second average for Timmy.
Dude. Here we go. We've got freaking dude. This is crazy. We got such a great competition on our hands right now.
I didn't say it was trash tier. I didn't say that that Timmy's thing
All right,
was
wait,
trash
and
tier.
our year of news right now is telling Soup Timmy that Rosman is trashing Soup Timmy or whatever. But it's kind of hilarious. All right, dude. The main conversation. Dylan right here. I don't think he can win it on solve 4 right now. I think. No,
What?
he can't. No, he can't. He can't win it on solve 4.
He can't win.
Dan Tran is going up for his solve. Dude, where is Jeremy? Where is Jeremy at? The fedora right now.
What was that? Why did I just hear?
I heard screamings in the background.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well,
Somebody got a PR in the background and was getting excited. We got our game like, whoa, what's going on? What's going on? But here we go. All right,
okay.
Dan Tran here. Vibin, once again, he's trying to lock up a 3rd place spot right now. But the Cuban fedora, that's the main story right now. And this is why I said Max Park is such an emotional solve for a 720 on solve 4.
Dan
That's
Tran
crazy.
with an 868.
Dude, and this thing,
849 average for Dan Tran.
in recent history, Max Shaw is the only one I know who's had this shot. And Max Shaw ended up,
The fedora is here. The hat is on. The jacket is on. It is time. Jeremy Bollenbot for solve number 4.
He's on PR pace, but he's on max park pace too. And this has so many blocks all over the scramble right now.
So many blocks you would call in Minecraft.
Dude, this is
They got the Gus Johnson calls going.
dude, this is pretty fast too off the gate. He's a little locky.
Ooh.
Can he get it? What is that? 624! Here we go!
624 for Jeremy.
What is this average? 602! All right, 602 p.m. Okay, so here's the range. There's a range right now. 645 is worst possible. So Max Park can BPA, but he's got to get a 495 or better to BPA. So Max Park got a 521 right now off stream. So 521. What is the math?
21.
What does the math come out to? A 633.
633.
So right now Jeremy has a chance, but he can't. He has to get better than a 702. That's what Jeremy needs right now. He needs to get better than a 702. So okay, he's got to get somewhere around like a 680. I want to say like 690
so.
maybe.
It's real close here,
dude. And once again, Max Park, he's left the door. But this is the exact situation of Max Shaw in Western Championships right now. And the main question you got to be asking is, you don't get these opportunities that often if you're Jeremy. You don't get a chance to take down the world champion in the middle of a Vegas Cubing Cup championship. So, all right, here we go. Jeremy Cass, he can get a 602 average. By the way, his PR. So he already knows he's on PR pace. And 575. He's gotten 2 5s earlier this competition too. He's got a 3rd one here. So he's perfectly get a 5. All right, he needs a 666 or better.
Oh,
to
spooky.
beat Max Park. Dude, this is crazy.
And
here comes
a Fedora, a chance to win it all or a chance to take second here.
Dude, Max Park is lurking right now. Oh, he's lurking. Dude, he wanted to see the time. He wanted to see it. Dude, here he goes. The Cubing Fedora. Dude, I wonder if Max Park just told him what he needs to get to win. That's the thing dude, that's a mind game?
I don't know. Be a mind game.
We'll see what happens here.
A Michael Jordan-esque mind game potentially employed by Max Park against Jeremy here.
Who would have thought we were in this position? A very doable time from a very great up-and-coming cuber, Jeremy, right now, trying to win it. Dude, this is absurd. Who would have thought before this competition that Max Park was going to be on the hot seat? Okay, dude, the warm-up. The one thing is that's crazy about this, though, is if he goes past a minute, it's up to judges' discretion. I think he's like rivaling a minute time right now.
He's rivaling a minute.
So he's got to get going soon here. All right, here he goes. In the final, remember, Max got a 521 on this, so it's very doable.
It's a very doable last solve here. We could see something big here from Jeremy. Jeremy going in on the solve.
Oh, he locks up there. I don't think this is it. No, it's a +2 too.
And it's
That's it. It's over. Jeremy, Max Park hangs on. That's crazy.
Max Park is your 3x3 champion for the Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024. Jeremy Vollenvant DNFs his final solve.
Dude,
the pressure too much for Jeremy as Max Park squeaks away with a lucky solve on his 5th attempt.
Dude,
his 5th solve.
You've got to be wondering what that interaction was between Jeremy and Max beforehand. And dude, that is absurd. That is just absurd. I mean, the thing is, like, you don't get a chance often. That's what I said, though, is that it leaves the door open for a very capable solver like Jeremy to go and steal it from Max Park. And, and it was that option. It's like Max Park, he got that 4, but then he got that 7. And he was just kind of on like a downturn for the next 2 solves, able to get a 521. This is a very, very similar narrative to Western Championships, where he's able to get a really good last solve to put him in position to still win if the other player WPAs. And, Jeremy WPA'd. And it's very unfortunate, but that's the thing. And that's what separates, Max Park from a lot of people. He's able to clutch on the final solve. And that's why he's kind of the GOAT. And that's why he's a 2-time world champion, is he's able to clutch on those final solves when it matters most. And, dude, that is crazy. You can't really ask for a better thriller here on CubersLive at the Vegas Cubing Cup. Here presented by SpeedCubeShop. That was absurd.
That was absolutely absurd. That was an outstanding display of solving there by both Max and Jeremy and everyone else, frankly. We're getting the last bits of data in here, but it does look like Max Park will take the 1 spot, and Jeremy Bullenbot, the cubing fedora, with a valiant effort, comes up short in the end and takes the 2 spot. Only by 0.12 seconds. So Jeremy involved in a lot of close battles here today. And it looks like Dan Tran is going to take the 3rd place position with an 8.33 average. Also want to note Sri, Zach Rubio, and Alexander Lizardo with PRs in this round. Sri with a 624 PR. But yeah, man, that was absolutely exciting. And hey, we still have rankings overall for the Cubing Cup. And coming out on top is Cubing Fedora, Jeremy Bullenbot, taking the top spot, the $1,000 cash prize. So he might not win it here today, but he's going to walk home with $1,000. And then your 2 through 5, Dan Tran, Preston Schwartz, Shane Grogan, and Jaden Thompson, all going to be receiving cash money.
Dude, lost the battle but won the war. I mean, that's the thing about the nature of this event is that it's about how consistent you are across all competitions. And Max Park just didn't compete in the first couple of these events. And Jeremy ends up coming up on top because he was just consistent with it. And that's something that's great to see in the cubing community, rewarding people for that consistency, showing up, having a cool format like the Vegas Cubing Cup, and having it, be kind of like a circuit.
And I just want to mention, speaking of close battles for Jeremy, Jeremy won the Cubing Cup by 3 points. He came out, earlier today, he was tied. A few hours ago, he was tied with Dan Tran going in, to these last few hours of the competition. But Jeremy comes out on top and gets the $1,000 cash prize. Max Park today taking the one-handed, taking 4x4, taking 3x3. In the 2x2, Dominic Shoji took it. And in Mega Minx earlier, which we didn't stream, I believe Michael Muthing took it with a 39.72 average. For FTO, Michael Larson won it. Just a lot of great events here today. And like just well, I mean, let's unpack a couple things here. First, I think with Max Park, like I feel like while Max won a lot today and he put up some very good times, I think he's gotta tighten up his game a little bit, because there are a lot of people who want to take his spot as the best in the country. Like, talking about tomorrow, we've got Swoopin and Solve Oxford tomorrow with Luke Garrett and Luke Greiser, which is going to be a whole lot of fireworks. But you have a lot of competitors to Max's throne as the best in NA. How do you think he walks away from something like this, where he almost got beat? I mean, this is no disrespect to Jeremy whatsoever. Jeremy's a great solver, but someone in like, he almost got beat by someone who, like, this was a competition that was Max's to lose, really.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you just can look at the straight facts of like the rankings of it all. I mean, if you go to like what do you call it? The Vegas Cubing Cup fall, and you just kind of look at the psych sheet going into all of it. You're gonna kind of it kind of just tells the story in and of itself. I mean, Jeremy's ranked, what is it, 94th in the world for single, whereas Max Parks is ranked number 1. And it's like, and he's like ranked number 109th for average, and Max Parks ranked number 5. And Jeremy almost upset him. And that's a thing that's kind of interesting going into Worlds, is like you just see this juxtaposition of like Max Park getting almost upset by someone who's outside the top 100, and then you have Yihan gaining world record average, and it's just like, all right, that's kind of interesting,
Hey, we're actually going to send it over to our analyst and FTO competitor, Manu Singhal. What do you got, Manu?
Yeah, guys. I mean, Max actually just walked past here. I was congratulating him. He's like, man, counting 706 really threw me off. But I told myself, it's okay. I'm on to the next solve. And that's sick. That is sick to hear from Max. He definitely has the right mentality going into it. And then immediately, as he walks over to my left, Jeremy is walking up behind him, and the two of them just go up and share the biggest high five ever. That is the sportsmanship that we love to see in cubing. And Jeremy knows that he missed it by just this much, right? But he still has like massive respect for Max. That I love to see that. I think it's absolutely amazing. And to great congrats to both of them. They put on a great show. By the way, also I pulled up FTO rankings. Max got 4th in FTO, so he also had a very good showing for his very first official competition in FTO. Other than that, it looks like we're gonna wrap up here. So I'm gonna send it back to Detroit for the boys to wrap up with any final thoughts. Would love to hear what you guys think.
Yeah, I mean, like you were just talking about with Max at that last solve. It's like that's what makes him great. Like even with all this pressure on him, with all of this, with the possibility that he might, lose this event, Max got himself together, locked in, and delivered a a 521, a great final time to really salvage it and put Jeremy in a high pressure position. Um, and you know people handle pressure differently, and I mean I'm really glad that I saw the sportsman, that there's sportsmanship and that they both like each other and respect each other a lot. I think that's the stuff that you really want to see.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, it's a great part about, cubing and just even niche sports in general is that like a lot of everybody knows each other and stuff. So everyone likes to congratulate and everyone can see each other's progress and stuff. I'm sure Max Spark has watched Jeremy, kind of rise and stuff too. It's kind of cool. Like, I mean, you see people like Felix, just like people in his area of in Australia, just seeing like, Cubers now like slowly rise and like compete with him now that he's like they would take pictures as fans as kids. So it is crazy to see like the development of like the new generation of cubers, and I think there's a bright future for Jeremy going in after this. I mean, the confidence to almost beat Max Park, like that's crazy. And I think like with Max Park probably going to more Vegas competitions and stuff, you'll have more opportunities to do that. Um, but yeah, I think going back to just like the Asian championships and just kind of like seeing, you know, basically everybody like in order to be part of like the top 10, you're just getting like 5 second averages for the most part, or like the top five, you're getting 5 second averages. And it's just like, you know, it almost makes me wonder if it's just like, is it at this point, or how I don't wanna say, like, Max Park's out of the conversation for world champion next year, because I don't wanna say that as, like, the reigning world champion, but it does make you wonder, um, if it's gonna be a really uphill battle for him, especially if he's getting, some 6 second averages here right now at, in Vegas.
Yeah. Well, I think that's where we're going to call it here. A great competition today. Uh, on behalf of SpeedCube Shop, West Coast Cubing, and Cubers Live, uh, I hope everyone has a good night. This was Vegas Cubing Cup Fall 2024. I'm Matt Rosman. This is Matt Marinick. Thank you for watching and have a good night, everybody.